What's the path I should be taking, goddess of my making? What's the path I should be taking, goddess of my making? What's the path I should be taking, goddess of my making? What's the path I should be taking? How I love you, brutal hex, give me life and side effects. You were life and you were dead, take my each and every breath. How I love you, brutal hex, give me life and side effects. You were life and you were dead, take my each and every breath. How I love you, brutal hex, give me life and side effects. You were life and you were dead, take my each and every breath. How I love you, brutal hex, give me life and side effects. You were life and you were dead, take my each and every breath. Spike the water with estrogen. Who cares now? There's plastic in the oxygen. Southern border wire fences. Let the migrants in, bigots gonna lose their senses. They econ majors just minimum wage, and as they're struggling, they're trying to justify their own cage. When I get to hell, I will bully Ronald Reagan. As it trickles down, soon he's gonna be my maiden.
All right.
Right, let's go.
I can hear you too.
Yep, we seem to be getting waves.
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Hi, happy return to Yharnam 2025. How is everyone doing today?
Bloodring says hi to you.
I can see, actually, I'm gonna change account because I can participate in chat.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we've got two very tired
Very
people
good.
in chat as well.
Happy that it's Friday and work is over. Yes. What a mood.
It's Saturday here.
Sleepy mood for the weekend. Ready to celebrate, yes. We are celebrating 10 years of Bloodborne this year.
Yep.
It's a very special return to Yharnam.
When I finish posting this round, actually, want to go in and check like my trophies for Bloodborne and see exactly where I was this time 10 years ago?
Sure.
Yeah. Actually, let's try that. Hang on. Trophies. So where are we? We want like 28th. Oh wow, I did a lot. I'm like, hang on. Okay, 20s. That's interesting. It took me till the 26th to beat Gascoigne. On the 29th, I was beating Vicar Amelia. So 10 years ago to this day.
10 years ago to this day. Awesome. I started playing Bloodborne in 2016.
Yeah.
It would be interesting to see my trophies as well and see how long it took me to beat Gascoigne, but I think it took me maybe a day or two.
My PS4 controller has just desynced.
You know, that's happening to my PS4
Yeah,
a lot.
I may actually have to reset the PS4, sorry. This was a great start.
Yes. It's been happening to mine too, and I don't know if it's a software problem or... I know it's the console, but I don't know what exactly is causing it.
Yeah, I find that mine will desync and then it won't. I can't get it to resync unless I actually turn the console off and then use the controller to turn it back on again.
Yes.
Yeah.
Same.
Oh, interesting. We've got someone called Elizabeth in chat who's like never played Bloodborne but just likes the lore of it, which is interesting. There's a lot of people like that, actually. Yeah.
I'm checking that out. I'm checking the chat out, and I just noticed. I think it's a fantastic world.
Yeah.
And I personally don't want a sequel. I know that people do, but I understand why people do sometimes, because it's such an awesome world to get in. I think Bloodborne is perfect as it is, and it doesn't need anything else. The world building is fantastic.
Yeah, something I said when I was on Bonfireside Chat very late last year, and I said that like thing about Bloodborne is like it's weird in that a lot of the Souls games, like there'll be people who just like one of them for one specific reason, even though like technically they all play in a very, very similar way.
Yes.
Yeah, so like I was talking about how like when they announced Sekiro, like a lot of our mutual friends who had played like all the way through like Demon Souls, Dark Souls 2, Bloodborne, Dark Souls 3, they immediately had no interest in Sekiro because it didn't have a character creator. They just went, if I can't... Yeah, like I think Mal was like that. Mal's like, if I can't play as the character I want to play as, I don't want to play the game.
Wow. That's so interesting.
Yeah.
I also like, it's strange because I go with vibes with FromSoft games.
Yeah, very, yeah.
I mean, I have played almost all of them, but I haven't played Dark Souls 2 and 3. Well, I haven't finished 3, and I haven't played Elden Ring because I just started playing them and I was not clicking with them.
Yeah.
I just don't know why. So I go with vibes too. And with Sekiro, I was kind of skeptical when it came out. I didn't know if FromSoft could pull this off.
Yeah.
It now has my favorite story in any
Absolutely.
game.
Yeah.
So I'm always willing to give them a shot, but sometimes it just doesn't work.
Yeah, and the other thing, like, this has just been brought up in chat by, like, Sunny Celestial, is, like, it's a totally different kind of story to what you usually get in the Souls games. But they can only do that because the character isn't a blank slate, because it is a specific character with a specific identity. That's how they can do it.
Yes.
Yeah.
You cut out a little bit. I don't know if you cut out in the stream or just
I don't know.
Or just but yes, I was looking at chat. There's to address a few things in chat. So to start with, many followers or many friends that love the lore but can't stand playing the FromSoft games.
Yes.
I totally get that. I actually just played through Bloodborne for some of my friends who live in town.
Yeah.
We played in person together, and I played through the game for them. And my friends loved it.
Yeah.
But they were so grateful that they were not the ones actually playing it. Then Sekiro, yeah, Sekiro is a strange, is unusual for the FromSoft catalog. And I also, it took me a long time to warm up to, but when I did, I got obsessed. This says Noah Boss. I also feel the same about it. It's the game that I struggle with the most gameplay-wise. I think it's the most difficult for me.
Yeah.
But I just am obsessed with Sekiro to this day, and I played it 6 years ago.
Yeah.
So, yes, it's. I think it's a fantastic game. Just
Absolutely.
It has so much pull and power.
Yeah.
And parallels between Sekiro and Bloodborne are really interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of themes and top like motifs, I would say, that carry over. Nightmare Cart, is that the Bloodborne cart?
Yeah. I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Did it change? Name? I know that there were problems with the copyright.
Yeah, they got a takedown notice from Sony over using the Bloodborne name, so they had to change it to, like, I think they called it Nightmare Cart, and they just did some, like, I've seen bits of it, like they changed the doll to wear like a maid outfit, and they made the messengers have little eyeball heads.
Oh, okay.
I've decided a new character because why not?
It. Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah. I'm actually in the middle of writing an incredibly long lore FAQ for Meth's website.
That's right.
Which is currently 10,000 words long, and I'm just on Iosefka's Clinic.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. This just made me think of it because, like, literally the first line in the game is, "Oh yes, Pale Blood, well, you've come to the right place." And it's like, clearly, the character, like, showed up and asked about Pale Blood. Why are we still arguing about this?
I know.
It's so irritating. Also, like, I'd like to point out, I don't think I've played this game since Return to Yharnam 2023. So,
Oh, wow.
this is gonna... I've literally, like, the way we've been doing the footage on the channel is I recorded all of that, like, 5 years ago. Like, I just spent about a week just running through Bloodborne and recording the whole thing HUDless, like, multiple times. And I've just been using that footage. So, yeah, I have not played this for so fucking long.
I know. I hadn't played Bloodborne in ages too before I just did this playthrough this month. Sophie, as a fellow threaded cane enjoyer, have you seen in the Bloodborne subreddit that a guy made a 3D printed functional one? Says
I haven't. That does sound cool though.
Yeah.
I guess this is just gonna turn into like a lore through, because why not? Because like I don't really remember how to play a lot of this game very well. I'm probably gonna think I'm playing Elden Ring and start hitting the wrong buttons.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, no, I remember this happened when I did Return to Yharnam the year after the year 2019 when Sekiro came out. Because I was so used to playing Sekiro that when I was hurt in Bloodborne, I was pressing up, because up is heal in Sekiro. But in Bloodborne, pressing up actually hurts you. It makes the blood bullets, so every time I got hurt, I'd reflexively hurt myself more. I guess like this scene here, this is a separate little version of that rune that's hidden underneath the map. Like, it's not the rune that you wake up in. So there's actually like a copy of that room under the map. Yeah, that's interesting there. When the beast touches you, there's that like reaction, because it's the same thing that happens when the moon presence touches you. Which is, again, like, because the game boots you into New Game Plus when you beat it, I think the idea is a lot of the stuff that happens in the intro doesn't make sense initially, and then if you've just beaten the game, stuff that happened at the end of the game suddenly becomes relevant in the intro, because you're like, oh, that's what it meant.
Yeah.
Because at this point you don't know about the moon presence, you don't know about anything else. You don't know what the messengers are, and then suddenly it all just, like... This will happen right after you've beaten the moon presence. So it's like, oh yeah, pale blood. Weird reaction when thing touches me. That's what it is. Sadly, I am playing on version 1.09, so was it 1 point? I can't remember. So, I cannot do the clinic fence skip, but I do have a character on this who has the clinic fence skip saved, which I can show off. Again, like, seek pale blood to transcend the hunt. That's our fucking note. Like, I can't believe we're 10 years into this and people are still going, yeah, when you hit the doll, pale blood comes out, so actually it's the doll's blood and the doll is a great one. And I'm like, oh my god.
I guess lots of people missed the Behold the Pale Blood Sky note.
Yeah. See, I almost just clicked in the stick to sneak like I was playing Elden Ring. So this is not going to go well.
Yeah.
I'll probably try to, like, guard counter at some point. Okay, never mind. This is so, because I don't think I've been killed by this thing in probably, like... I don't think I even got killed by it when I first played the game. But, if I get killed by it, it's going to be this time. If you visceral it from the back, you can, like, you can kill it pretty easily, but I've not done this for so unbelievably long.
So is the player character diegetically in an infinite NG plus loop?
I don't think so, because then it would, like, all the characters would need to come back to life. Because if you're, like, stuck in
right.
an endless loop, it's like, well, why is Micolash alive? Why is Gilbert... Well, I mean, Micolash is kind of always in the dream, but, like, why is Gilbert alive? Why is, like, everyone still there? Hang on. Actually, I can show you. I killed the wolf, by the way. Thank you. If you look up, can we see it properly? Might actually need to come back with the monocular or in different lighting, but part of the rail up here is discolored. Oh, you can kind of see it. I might come back with the monocular, but basically part of that rail up there is a slightly different color to the rest. And that's because initially there was a much more complicated clinic escape plan that was very similar to Undead Asylum in Dark Souls. And it would, like the Undead Asylum in Dark Souls, the wolf would be there, but the way you beat it is you do a plunging attack on it, like the Asylum demon. And you do it from up there. So you would we can show, actually maybe it might be better off. I'm going to make an executive decision. I'm not going to bother with this. I'm going to do a lore through on my my character that's like level, I think 250, but hasn't beaten Cleric Beast yet. Because it's probably easy to show it off that way because I have the clinic unlocked and everything.
Blood Ring asked, is Altair going to co-op? And the answer is probably not, just because it takes ages to connect with the way that we are located in the world and with the way the Bloodborne servers work.
Yeah, it's been a lot of problems with it when we've tried doing it before.
Yeah, we tried before, but if needed, I have my PS4 ready to go. So there's that.
Yeah. And also, I think, like, if any two people in the world don't ever need to play this again, it's Altair and I.
Yeah.
Like, our lives are not missing more Bloodborne content.
Definitely.
Okay, here we go. This will be better. So, I think I don't have the door open. Okay. So, this, for reference, like, I've shown... This character has been a veteran of many streams. Basically, this is a character that I started on version 1.0 of the game. Which, if you've gotten into the game, like, relatively recently, you may not be aware of this, but, run through here. See, this isn't normally open. Actually, I'll just show you around here, fuck it. This is the character I do all my testing on. I have it backed up to the cloud, so every time I need to do something, I just download the original file and just, like, start again from the beginning with the clinic unlocked. Sorry, Gilbert. Okay, yeah, I think I can't tell how much of this is actually, like, remembering how to play the game and how much is just muscle memory because I've done this so many times. Reminds me of, like, I think I can... The first level of Contra 3 and the first level of Metal Slug 2. I'm pretty sure beat those blindfolded because I just remember every single move you had to do it. Hang on. This is what I wanted to show off. This is, like... People will probably already know this, but it's just in for the benefit of anyone who's gotten into it a little more recently. This pile of coffins here, right? So you can kind of stand on it, but not really. What used to be workable is if you went there and you ran and you jumped at just the right angle. See how I almost cleared the fence? Hey, Alistair's here. Hello. So what would happen is you'd run, and if you jumped just right, you would land on, like, the side of the fence, sort of the brick part before the metal, and you could walk around to the other side. And it would let you jump again, and that got you into the back part of the clinic. So I did this... I think I've told this story before. I've told all these stories before because, frankly, there's not much left to say about this game. But basically, I did a big article for Meph's website where I played through the game on 1.0 and listed everything. And so I had this game on 1.0 for a long time. I couldn't use the DLC or do co-op or anything. Anyway, the point is it let you flip over the fence and land here. And, of course, if you land here, you can immediately unlock the gate. So what people did when the game first came out is there was like a speedrun strat where you sort of vaulted the fence, landed there, and then immediately went to Forbidden Woods and skipped like half the game. So what I've done is I've done that on a character on 1.0 and then saved, and then I've updated the game to 1.09 and loaded it, and the game is still playable, but the gate is open. So that's how I'm doing this. So I just want to show off the clinic a little bit. There's a brain sucker down here. Oh. Okay. So what I did with this character is I started her, opened the gate, ran down, grabbed the cold blood from the cave under the clinic, and then I did another thing you can only do on 1.0, which was an item dupe glitch. And just the item dupe glitch over and over again until I had like effectively infinite cold blood. And yeah, I made myself level 205 before the Cleric Beast, so that's what I've done here. So I'll just show you
hilarious.
This. So when I talk about there being a more elaborate clinic escape planned. Problem is her weapons aren't upgraded. Oh no, I think they are actually level 7? Yeah, plus 6 because there's like some blood. You can farm bloodstone shards from the giants under the clinic. So kind of. Anyway.
That's right.
Yeah. So there's Iosefka. You see how like she literally has no. She's not a collidable object. Like she's just a graphic. Because the actual like Iosefka NPC, yeah, she's not really there. She's just like a graphic. The actual Iosefka NPC is the door. Like you're actually just interacting with like a circle underneath the door that's detecting if you're standing by the door or not. Gehrman actually works the same way. Like if you've wondered why Gehrman doesn't really react if you hit him or something like that, it's because he's like a kind of like in the DLC when there's the Snail Women outside of the cave, and they seem like they're NPCs but they die if you roll into them. He's kind of like that anyway. So the original clinic plan was going to be a lot more elaborate. So you would start and you'd go back here. There'd be a lady here who was kind of like, she looks like a human version of Murgo's wet nurse. We've shown her off before. If there's any requests, I would I'll show her off maybe another time when I finish playing, so I can only have 2 monitors at the moment. Yeah, so you'd have to do, we're not exactly sure how it worked, but the clinic was much bigger and it had a more elaborate kind of escape sequence. And essentially, like, I don't know exactly how this would have worked. She would initially have been behind that door, but she would have, if you've been in here and thought, hey, there's a lot of empty space. Why is there this massive ornate staircase leading to a room with nothing really in it? So she would have been there. So this door here, this set of shelves, there was a door behind there, and she was actually in a room under that. She had this little, like, there's like a little passageway in another room under there, and she would have been in there, and you would have talked to her through that door. So you would have been able to walk around the clinic. And the way it would have articulated, we don't know exactly, this is just based on, like, we've looked at where items are, and we've looked at where, like, old collision meshes are and stuff. See up there, there's, like, a door and a balcony that... Sorry, bird. There's like a door and a balcony that you can't access. It would have something to do with that, and you would kind of skirt along the sides of the clinic along those rafts, kind of like parkour style. And it would lead you to, it's probably going to be better if I come back with the monocular. It would lead you to that balcony there that's kind of level with my character's head. And if you think about where that balcony is, it's actually level with where that werewolf was in the clinic, only it's the floor above. So what it's going to be Quicksilver, isn't it? Oh, hell yeah, Shaman Boneblade. Thank you. That would have allowed you to do a plunging attack on the wolf in the same way that you do a plunging attack on the Asylum Demon. So it's like very, very similar setup to original Dark Souls.
Dark Souls.
Yeah, see that? See, when I first played this, like, I just thought, oh, it's a clinic. It hadn't really tweaked what this building was supposed to be yet. I'm like, okay, it's a clinic, so that would be like, this is like an operating theatre, and that's the balcony that everyone would sit in and watch the operation. But then I realized, no, actually, this is just a house, and that's just a second floor that we never get a chance to access. But you can see, like, the second floor is actually quite detailed. There's like a door there, there's a door there. That's because that was all accessible at one point, and they just kind of pruned it down. And I've seen a collision mesh. I don't know how long it survived for, but it actually has stairs leading up to that balcony from in here. It looks like a standard sort of like entryway to a manor. Kind of like if you think about like the mansion from Resident Evil, where like you walk in and there's the big stairs either side. It kind of looked like that. So you'll see, like, yeah, if you pay attention to the clinic, like, it's absolutely massive from the outside, but then the actual space you explore is about, like, 4 rooms. The same thing is true of Witch's... It's like Witch's Abode in Hemwick, where, like, Witch's Abode is absolutely huge, and then you realise that it's, like, one very small room, and then a set of stairs, and then another very small room. And so, alright, where's the rest of this supposed to be? And turns out they deleted it. But it presumably was there at some point. Yeah, I remember now. You vaulted over that coffin onto there, and then it was these... You walked up to these sandbags here, and you, like, rolled and jumped off the sandbags, and that got you to the other side of the metal part of the fence, and then you had to walk around here and drop down there. And I remember when they patched it out, someone left a little note here that just said, you must accept evolution. And I'm like, damn it.
That is... fantastic.
What else do I have to say about Central Yharnam? Okay, someone's asked, Honey Celestial's asking about the wet nurse. So, like, this is the problem with, like, I can't really do this while I'm also playing the game, unfortunately. So basically, what would happen in... Oh god, I have to think about how I'm going to phrase this, because I get annoyed at people who I call the Miyazaki whisperers. Because I'm like, you don't actually know what they're planning. But this is a case of, like, I don't know, but I've seen enough circumstantial evidence to put together a rough idea of how it worked. But essentially, so there's this old list of... People might have heard of this, because I think we've talked about it before, of these things called the living livers, which were effectively the boss soul equivalent. So, like, every boss you beat would drop, like, the liver of blanks. It's like liver of Cleric Beast, liver of whatever, liver of Rom the Vacuous Spider, liver of Willem, etc. So those liver items, like, they were the boss soul equivalents, and they're stored in order in the game. Like, they're stored in the order you would have fought that boss. And this is another one, actually. I'm fairly sure this wasn't here originally. I think they added this just to make it go faster. There's a lot of the changes in Bloodborne seem to be about making it just end faster, like to make it like pacier. Anyway, so the one of the living livers that's mentioned is called Liver of the Lesser Demon. It's called Liver of the Dream Demon. And the description is, this is the liver of the lesser demon of death and darkness, right? Now, clearly that boss is no longer in the game. There is no lesser demon of death and darkness. And because they're in order of, like, the where you'd find that boss normally. So, like, they're in the order you'd fight them. So it's, like, Cleric Beast, Gascoigne, and then the Dream Demon Liver is around the place. You can tell I'm doing this from memory. The Dream Demon Liver is around where all the other Forbidden Woods bosses are. So it's like the Dream Demon Liver is around, like, the liver of the snake boss that was removed, the liver of Rom, liver of Martyr Ligarius, etc. So we're like, well, it probably was around here. And so that's like thing to keep in mind, number one. Thing to keep in mind, number two, is there is a, like I was saying before, there is an older version of the clinic where instead of the, like, nice, young, human-looking Dr. Iosefka, there is this sort of weird, like, sort of twisted old... She's sort of like the stone hump hags from Dark Souls 3. This, like, sort of old hunchbacked lady. And she looks pretty much exactly like a human version of Murgo's wet nurse. Hang on, before I do this, this is the one thing I showed Lance McDonald that he didn't know about. It's this. Lance had no idea you could do this. I did it at his house, and he's like, oh my god, I've wasted so much time. Anyway. So... yeah, she looks like a human version of Murgo's wet nurse. And if you put those two things together, it's like, okay, at what point do you come back to the clinic? Well, it's around the Forbidden Woods time, and it's like, well, what was in the clinic at that time? Well, there's this lady who looks like Murgo's wet nurse. So it led to this, like, it's a... like, obviously it's a theory. Like, we can't prove it, but it's kind of sound based on what we have, which is that, like, the initial concept behind the clinic was that instead of going back and discovering that, like, it's been taken over by this imposter who's turning everyone into Celestials, you would discover that it was taken... well, maybe not taken over, but, like, the lady at the start of the game who had rescued you was actually this monster called the Dream Demon. The build I'm going for, this is not a build. This is literally, like, this is a character that I use to demonstrate stuff. Like, she's level 200 and she hasn't beaten Cleric Beast yet. Like, this is not a build. I'm doing just like a talk through, essentially. So yeah, that's the theory behind what the original deal with the wet nurse was. And also keep in mind at that point, the wet nurse isn't in the game, and where you fight the wet nurse now is where you would have fought Kos, who at this point is Ebrietas. It's very confusing. So basically, like, the end game would have been fighting, like, the Ebrietas boss, who at that point was called Kos, and that's where that place is now taken up by the wet nurse. So basically, yeah, the theory is, like, the wet nurse was originally this dream demon thing, would have been fought in the clinic. Thank God I have the torch now. It's going to be easy to show things off. Who remembers the Amagdala on that building in the old network test? Remember when they were showing off the network test, like, the Amagdala, there were tons of them all over Central Yharnam, and they were all visible. Like, you didn't need insight, they were just there. And it's bizarre that happened, and then people were like, oh wow, there's some Lovecraftian stuff in this game I didn't know, and it's like, they showed it off in the network test. Let's bring Gascoigne. Oh no, okay, so this is the confusing thing about, like, Kos and Ebrietas and everything. They did musical chairs with these characters' names so goddamn... He fell out of the sky. I've never seen that happen. They did musical chairs with the characters' names. So much. So basically, in ye olde Bloodborne, way before, like, this was sort of, like, refined into what we have now, the Kos characters, and the thing Micolash is calling out for, and, like, the sort of... I suspect it would have had a similar role in the plot, but that was Ebrietas. Like, the character, like, the model, the boss, the attacks and everything, that was Ebrietas. So, like, Augur of Ebrietas was Augur of Kos, etc., etc., and that's why Micolash in Nightmare of Mensis is like, Kos, where are you? Kos, hear our prayers, and the wet nurse shows up. That was Kos. Then they switched out that, I think... The thing about these the Souls games and the DLCs is, like, they are aware that they're getting DLCs, like, while the main game is in production. So you can actually look into the files of Bloodborne, like the version 1.0 that you would have got in retail, and it'll literally just have, like, notes in it saying, like, DLC entry item goes here. Like, this part is for the DLC, because they know it's coming. So I think basically what seems to have happened is they've gone, well, we need to, like, maybe... I don't know if they weren't happy with it or they had a better idea or something like that, but they wanted to fix up the Kos story. So they kind of recycled what was originally Kos into this Ebrietas character. And then they shifted Kos to the DLC. Like, that's also why, like, if you look at Dark Souls. If you look at the stuff with Artorias in Ulasil, and like the Sanctuary Guardian, and like not Dusk, but the idea that you go and you meet like a younger version of one of the characters and stuff, that's all like removed content from the base game that they like didn't finish and put in the DLC instead. And that seems to be how like a lot of the DLC planning goes. It's just sort of like, if something isn't finished or it's not going to be ready for the retail build, the DLC is kind of like a Hail Mary thing. Like, we'll fix it in the DLC. And that seems to be what's happened. Like, that's why, like, the doll is almost entirely absent. Like, the doll doesn't really have a backstory in 1.0. They add it with Maria. Because it looks like the doll originally had a totally different backstory that was way more tied into Cainhurst. And, like, you also notice that they don't ever mention Lady Maria at any point before the DLC. So, like, when Gurman is crying and he's like, "Lawrence, Master Willem, someone help me," he never calls out for Maria, even though you'd think he would if he had this, like, weird romantic obsession with her. It's because there was no Maria. Like, she was just a different character. Like, I talked about this ages ago on my old, now deleted channel, but, like, my initial read on it was, like, there was probably supposed to be, like, Gurman's... I think the idea, this is just speculation, but it's at least based on something, not, like, I think it's Erden and you can't prove a negative, which is that my read on it is that the lady the doll was based on and Gurman's apprentice were two different characters. And what's happened is they combined them into one character, so they made it into, like, a lady who was Gurman's apprentice, and they made a doll based on her. This is an interesting little thing, actually. I really like this set piece. I never see it talked about. So you come in here, right? There's the corpse with the pungent blood cocktails on it in front of, like, a cabinet, and then there's the guy with the gun pointing at it, and I always am like, was this guy just trying to steal someone's booze? Like, did he just break into this guy's house, get the fuck away from my booze, and just shoots him? So you don't get that content with Vardy, do you?
Nope.
No. It's not sad. It's kind of sad, I guess. You can tell I'm so, like, cut content brained. I reflexively went over there to look for a lever that doesn't exist anymore.
Oh.
There's a way we cannot do this, because Meth and I did it once and it took for God knows how, it took like probably the entire day. But if you synchronize just right and don't kill the Cleric Beast at the start of the game, you can get an NPC version of Beast Gilbert wandering around that has the NPC shader effect applied. Because
really?
he's still... Yeah, it's basically if you don't kill the Cleric Beast and then you co-op with someone after the Red Moon against the Cleric Beast, and you come by here, and Gilbert's a beast, the game still considers Gilbert to be an NPC, so he has the, like, NPC shader effect that means you can't interact with him if you're the summon. And I remember, like, Meth and I, we spent a whole day, like, syncing that up, and we got here, and he finally showed up, and, we were luring him down, like, okay, this is the other thing about Gilbert. Beast Gilbert won't actually spawn unless you're here. So, like, the initial plan was Meth would just spawn in there as an adversary. And we would see Beast Gilbert, and he doesn't show up. You actually need to be here for Beast Gilbert to spawn. So I'm like, okay, I have to come up here and make Beast Gilbert spawn. So I go up there, Beast Gilbert spawns, and then he runs off down here, and I'm like, oh, that's weird. I've never seen him do that before. And the fucking Yharnamite here kills him in one shot.
No.
I didn't know. Yeah, enemies aggro on Beast Gilbert. I did not know that. So he runs down here, and then that guy there's like, and just kills him. And I'm like, fuck, we had to do the whole thing again. And we were like, oh my fucking god, no.
Tragedy.
Anyway. Yeah, hang on, we're going to Gascoigne, aren't we? Where am I even going? This way. Yeah, I just like keep thinking like, should we go get Eileen? No, because I don't know how long we're going to do this for. We're unlikely to do the whole game this way. There seems to be a lot more like cut and removed stuff in the base. The DLC seems to be more a case of like they paired it, they added stuff to the DLC more so than removed it, because originally it was going to be like Dark Souls 3 where there's like 2 different DLCs that kind of connected, to the point where there's still leftover like code that would let you go from Maria's clock tower. Like, it's like the clock tower's there, and it's just, I know you go to the hamlet there now, but it's basically, it's like in when you beat Father Ariandel, and then there's the flame that would take you to like the next DLC. It's sort of that setup. So that's kind of there. And yeah, and the reason why like the Hunter's Nightmare is there and everything in the Hunter's Nightmare is just bits and pieces of Yharnam is that they just made it out of the assets they already had because it wasn't part of the original plan.
I'm gonna stop you for a second. Noah says, I want to be here for when you discuss the questionnaires from the Discord.
Yeah,
do you... I created something that
Yeah, you talk about that for a little bit.
I wanted to say that in our original plan, we would have to do it tomorrow. Like, we would do that tomorrow.
Yeah.
But, well, Noah has to go now, but
okay.
I guess that if there's any time
the stream's archived. Okay, we can do it maybe like I will beat Gascoigne and then look at the questions. I haven't looked at any of them yet, by the way.
Oh, okay.
I posted them on the Discord.
And also, sorry for asking about Orphan of Kos again, but what was he supposed to be?
Orphan of Kos?
Yeah, I don't think there was any other plans for him. I don't know.
Orphan of Kos is always Orphan of... I think there's the questions about, like, there's like a tiny baby Orphan of Kos at one point that's like in the game and deleted. And then there's there's like a 3D model of a third chord that's never used. So there's these questions of like... The thing, I talked about this on one of the mixtapes we did, but the third chord, I'll probably show it off maybe another time. Because I can't play this and show off wiki stuff at the same time because I've only got 2 hands. But one of the things about like the DLC is there is a 3D model of a third chord in the game, and its map ID is the ID of where the Grand Cathedral is in the DLC, like where you fight Lawrence.
Mm-hmm.
So he presumably would have like... It would have had something to do with Lawrence. Like, it would have had something to do with that area. Yeah. So I don't know if maybe the idea was, like, instead of the eye pendant, if you'd give Lawrence the third chord or something, and that would cause him to attack you. I don't know. But also, like, the Lawrence character, like, you'll notice he's a retextured Cleric Beast. He has no dialogue. Yeah, again, DLC, that part of it's made out of whatever they had lying around. I don't mean that in a pejorative way. I mean it in, like, they didn't have a boss model for Lawrence when they decided to add him. That's why he's a burning Cleric Beast. Also, like, internally, I think he's just called Omega. He's called Omega Cleric Beast internally. He's not even called, like, Lawrence or Founder or Vicar or anything. So I don't even know what the story was. He might have just... You know how there's, like, a second Blood-Starved Beast in the Nightmare? It may just have been that. It may just have been, like... Yeah, we'd like another Cleric Beast. The Omega Cleric Beast.
Oh, sorry. Sunny Celestial clarified and said they were mistaken. They were talking about Kos herself, not the
Oh,
orphan.
okay. So, Kos, as like the concept of Kos, like there would be this great one called Kos that everyone was looking for. That was Ebrietas, like that character. Like she was going to be in the game. She was going to be the final boss. Or the final, or like the final apart from the Moon Presence boss. And she would have been fought in, we're fairly sure, where you fight the Wet Nurse now, or at least at one point she was fought there. And like she would have had the same sort of like role in the plot that Kos does now. It's like they found a great one, they stole something from like her. She's out for revenge. Well, not out for revenge. Like she's trying to she's mad at them. They're trying to break the curse, etc., etc. And would have been essentially the same plot, but looked like Ebrietas. Probably no fishing hamlet, because I don't think the fishing hamlet concept existed. I think it would have been something more truncated than that. So yeah, that was the Kos thing, and then they redid it. They decided to expand the story, do this Hamlet thing, this Shadow over Innsmouth story instead, and then they already had a Kos, so they made that Kos into Ebrietas, but they kept all the Kos do you hear our prayers stuff, which doesn't really make a ton of sense in the base game because there's no Kos in it. But like I said, they knew they were getting a DLC when they left that in, so they were aware it's going to be fixed up at some point. So
isn't there a mistranslation? I think sorry, not a mistranslation. I think in the Italian version they called the Chicago the Rakuyo.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Before I move, I read more questions from chat. I wanted to ask you about Ebrietas for a second because we were just talking about her and her area, and the Altar of Despair.
Oh God,
and
yeah.
I was wondering what is the deal with that? What is the deal with the Altar of Despair and it being able to revive Annalise?
I have an idea. I can actually swap between this character and I can use characters who I have already got the game unlocked, so we can swap around that way. That might be easier if we're going to talk about it. Because I've got characters that are at the end game. I have to remember which one's which. Because some of them are going to be at end game and some of them will have just started. I think Alvalina's there. Yeah.
While we load, speaking of translations, is it true that Kos is written as Goth, or is that a myth?
Yeah, Kos in Japanese is written, it's like Gos, but it's like a long O, it's like Gos. And I think it's meant to sound like the word ghost, to the point where if you put the name, the Japanese way they write Kos into Google Translate, it will come out as ghost.
Oh.
And I'm fairly sure that's intentional. All of the great ones, their names seem to be based on something descriptive about them. So Kos, Kos is the thing that's haunting them. It's Kos, Goz, ghost. Yeah. And Moon Presence, Flora, okay, she's around the flowers. The winter, another great one, but all the weird things like winter lanterns, well, they call that because they have a head like a winter lantern flower. And Ebrietas is a kind of moth, and Ebrietas kind of looks like a moth. It's stuff like that.
And Amagdala, of course.
Yeah, named after. Because, in Japanese, Amagdala is called almond, because their head is literally just shaped like an almond. Yeah, so it's again, we talked about this in the recent Lawrence episode, but, it's a mistake to just sub in, the, Lovecraftian understanding of, great ones and elder gods and things into Bloodborne and go they're interchangeable, because you'll notice that one of the many differences is that the great ones in Bloodborne, they're not called Azathoth or Cthulhu or Huster or something. They're named by people, because they're oh, it's that thing. Yeah. We'll call it, and they make a point, the Moon Presence is called the Nameless Moon Presence. Like, they're just giving it a name. And, like, Erden is an anagram of Odeon because Erden is a voice and an Odeon's a room that conducts sound. So it's stuff like that. Anyway, we're here at the Altar of Despair, the area of the game that everyone fucking hates in terms of the story because it makes, like, it just confuses the hell out of everything. So, thingy about Altar of Despair. Do I have a monocular? Let's grab a monocular. This is... don't tell me this character doesn't have them. Oh, thank God. Okay. Okay. So, this is the thing about the Altar of Despair. It's a little hard to see because of the lighting, because it is so dark down here. But if we step back a little bit... this is actually easier to see in a map viewer, because you don't have to deal with everything being so dark. But that is an altar. Like, that's like a church altar. Like the one that Lawrence's skull is on. So the Altar of Despair is literally like, they have actually put Rom on an altar in the same way that they put Lawrence on an altar. So the Altar of Despair is not the Rom corpse. The Altar of Despair is this area here. Like, it's so hard to see. But if you open this in a map viewer, like, you can actually just really easily see the outline. So they've put Rom on the altar. And I think the idea is, like, they are trying to resurrect Rom. Because you'll remember, like, Rom was the thing blocking the red moon. So,
that's right.
Rom dies, red moon hits, everyone dies. Whole city goes to shit. Immediately, just in panic, try to bring Rom back by shoving Rom on the altar. In the hopes that like, does something to stop the red moon. Of course, it doesn't work. As opposed to why it brings people back, I have no idea how it brings people back. Like, it's such a weird... I think they just needed a way to keep Annalise alive because they changed her story.
Okay. Well, I just was thinking if it's an attempt to bring her back, there could be some kind of, how can I explain? So, some kind of ritual or something that is supposed to bring back the dead, but it's not working for Rom, but it works for Annalise because maybe she's.
Yep. Yeah.
But it works for Annalise because she's undead.
Yeah, for reference, like, if you look at...
She's some kind of undead.
Yeah, she just, like, there's another version of Annalise's story, like a version of her dialogue where the culmination is that she actually dies.
You're cutting out again, sorry.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Hello. Good, yeah. So, there's another version of Annalise's story where it ends with her actually dying. Because what she's saying is, like, she talks about how, like, the blood has made her immortal and she hates her blood and everything. And it looks like it's sort of the opposite to the version you have now, where you would bring her, like, something similar to blood dregs, but instead of them being, like, helping her conceive the child, they would be thinning her blood out and making it less and less kind of cursed. And then at the end of it, she would actually, like, you'd be able to kill her because she wouldn't have any of the old blood left in her system. That's sort of how it reads. Yeah. I guess another thing to talk about with this area is when people are like, this area doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it doesn't. So, this is easy to show off if I have maps with me, which, like, I technically do, but they're obviously not on my PlayStation 4, but I can do it now. I've done it before, actually. This was under Bergenwerth. So this whole area here with the altar and everything, this was originally, like, a cavern that was underneath Bergenwerth, and that's why there's a Rom here. So, like, you know how when you're going to back and forth through the caves to Iosefka's clinic, the caves kind of look like this? This was an extension of that. Like, it was meant to be there were multiple caves under Bergenwerth. Rom was under here. This is back when Bergenwerth was massive. So Rom's corpse was under here, and this was under Bergenwerth. And what they've done is, I guess this is what happened with when we're talking about them cutting up the Kos thing and moving it around, is like having removed Kos from the game and not having anywhere to put her, they grabbed the Rom area. Like, I don't know if you would have fought Rom here, it would have been Rom's corpse or something. Rom, this area was just basically dragged across from Bergenwerth and shoved under the Grand Cathedral. And it became the Ebriatus room. But yeah, this was under Bergenwerth. This is like meant to be, you know, when it mentions like Bergenwerth went and they explored the Chalice dungeons and they found the strange labyrinth underneath Yharnam and all that other stuff. This is where they would have found it. Like, that's why it looks like this. Because they would have, like, this is meant to be where Bergenwerth were excavating. Like, they started this they discovered this old labyrinth they were excavating, and that's where the whole thing started. This would have been it. It would have been this thing. Yeah, that's why this is here. To the point, like, I demonstrated this with a map. I can't really do it now, like I said, so I'm on a PlayStation 4, but basically there's older maps that we have that just, like, if you look at Bergenwerth, there's a totally different shape, and there's this enormous rectangular space in the map, and there's no enormous rectangular space under the Grand Cathedral, but if you, like, get the map that we have now and overlay it, the rectangular space is the exact size and shape of the Altar of Despair, and it's like, that's where it came from. So yeah, this is under Bergenwerth. Not sure how you got there, but if you look at the concept art, there are stairs over here. So I'm not sure if, like, the concept art was 100% what we ended up with, but there's concept art that shows stairs kind of like they're kind of here, and they would have come down. So I think the idea is you would have come down the stairs and, like, seen this massive open space. I don't know what would have been fought there. I don't quite know how the Rom fight would have articulated originally. I don't know if that was... because the lake isn't there. This is so weird when you think about Bergenwerth. Like, what's the thing about Bergenwerth? It's the lake. And the lake's not there. Yeah, there's no lake in the old Bergenwerth. It's basically Bergenwerth is it's what we have now, and then where the lake is, that's the lecture building. Like, that's the lecture building is like literally next to where the lake is, and they just basically deleted it and filled it up with water. To the point, like, I can maybe I will actually just start showing stuff off later on, because it's hard to explain visual things through this, but, like, this was originally opposite Bergenwerth. Like, this is opposite, like, the Willem study area. So where we are now, even though it's, like, nightmare area, lecture building, we're actually on the Bergenwerth map. Like, where we are now, if you could look at us, like, if you were on, you know, Yharnam Google Street View, we would be... I'll show you, and I'll go. It's probably easier if I show it off from Bergenwerth. But basically, we currently are on the map with Bergenwerth. Like, Bergenwerth is roughly over... like, I'm pointing at Willem now. Willem is over there. We're just really far away, and they make the walls invisible, so you can't see anything that's happening in here. Yeah, and to the point where, like, if you look at the map of Bergenwerth in a map viewer, you can still see the enemies. Like, they're actually placed above the lake, like on the 2 floors of the building. But it doesn't load them, but they're still there. Yeah.
While we load, there was another question that's related to Cainhurst, so I'm gonna bring it up now. Did Lawrence get a Chord from Cainhurst, or is that cut content?
Well, this is the thing about Lawrence and the Cainhurst baby, right? Technically, the exact line that clarified that's what he did is no longer in the game. So in that sense, it's cut content. But that's not the only, like, reference to it. Like, there's an awful lot of stuff in there that, like, even if it weren't for that, you could sort of say, yeah, Lawrence clearly, like, stole something from Cainhurst. But people get in this weird sort of, like, binary state about quote-unquote cut content, where, like, if anything was removed at any point, then that means it's literally never, ever, ever happening. Even, like, things are just being moved around and shifted all the time. So hang on. I'll just quickly show you where the lecture hall would have been. So where I'm facing now, the original lecture hall is out there. So if you look at this place in a map viewer, there you can see, like, there's 2 floors worth of enemies. There's, like, the slime skulls, there's the church giants, there's treasure chests, there's all this stuff, there's celestials, all over there. And that's where the hall would have been, and they delete it. Well, they don't really delete it. They move the hall. They leave the enemies there because, like, the map data and the enemy data are different. So there's technically a ton of enemies out there that just never load. And the hall is actually over here. So when I was in the lecture hall earlier, I was there. I was in that. I'm pressing the button to zoom in and realizing I can't do it. I am there. Like, that forest there, the lecture building I was just in, is technically inside that forest. So we're on the same map. It's just that we can't, you can't see the lecture building because they make it and everything in it invisible. So if you ever wondered, why is Bergenwerth so small? It's because it was actually really big to start with. And you can see, like, over here. Like, what's that? Like, there's just this, like, very nice, like, I don't know, like, these, like, plazas and, like, walls and things that don't actually seem to have a function anymore. It's because Bergenwerth used to be huge. Bergenwerth, it looks like the original plan there was very similar to Adeline's brain fluid, where you would... Willem would... I think he would still be here. He'd be somewhere. Like, in this sort of study area, and he'd be saying, I need you to bring me eyes, I need you to bring me eyes, in the same way that Adeline asks for brain fluid. And you would have to go and find eyeball items in Bergenwerth, which was, like, over there. So you'd be running back and forward between the two, trying to get, like, Willem as eyeballs. Other interesting little factoid about Bergenwerth is, if we look here, it's open. Like, there's actually, like, a little gap there for the Observatory telescope.
Yeah.
But if we go inside there, it's closed. You might also be thinking to yourself, isn't it a little bit strange that this obviously infirm old man requires a ladder to access a lot of the work that he's doing? That doesn't sound great. Yeah, so this area here... Actually, I might show this off later on. Another garden of eyes. Just go away. And, yeah, from inside it's closed. So we're fairly sure that, like, that's because this actually had defined open and closed states, and you would actually be able to do something with it. And that may have connected to this, like, upside-down Bergenwerth area that we're kind of sure it existed, but we don't quite understand how it worked or what it did. Probably quicker if I go back via Moonside. The fact that you have to, like... There's no return to the Hunter's Dream item. You always have to find a lamp as a little recruiting. Okay, so, yeah, the fact that there's no area warping from lamps is like, I love you, but please change. Like, that's the most irritating thing about this, is you have to go back to the hub every single time you want to switch areas. Which is, like, I kind of get it in Demon Souls, because that game's tiny, and there's not that many actual warp points, but this is, like, come on. So, I was talking about the Observatory Dome. So, if you've been exploring the Bergenwerth Lecture Hall, you might have wondered, like, there's just a weird room that's just circular, right? But there's a dude on the ceiling here, isn't there? There he is. Hey. Come on. You're not fooling anyone. Anyway, this this area here, if you wonder why there's a big circular room with nothing in it, that's the observatory dome that's on top of Bergenwerth used to be here. It used to be on top of this part. There'd be like a spiral staircase that leads to the observatory. There you are. There'd be like a spiral staircase that led to the observatory dome, and it was on top of this bit, and that's why there's this weird round bit of the lecture hall that doesn't do anything. The other interesting thing is that, like, the lecture, it's been mirrored. Like, it used to have an asymmetric... We've seen... This is, like, from old maps. I'm not, like, randomly making shit up. You'll notice there's actually 2 lecture theatres. There's, like, one there and there's one on the opposite side. That's because it was mirrored. Like, it was originally an asymmetrical building. Like, it had a lecture theatre on one side and a bunch of rooms on the other side. And they've kind of, like, mirrored the design. Yeah, see how there's, like, 2 of these? There used to be 1. And they've, like... It's easy to show up if you actually have a map, but basically, if you look at the old version of this building, there's one of those rooms and then a whole lot of little labs. And now they've made, like, a lecture theatre either side of it. Anyway. Can I leave? Good. This is the frontier. Also, this is related to something Alistair said. I don't know if he's still in chat. But we were talking about, like... the nightmare areas being sort of, like... not sort of gelling, and it's like, yeah, because this here... Like, this was, as far as we can tell, the only, like, nightmare area when they started seriously doing the development. Like, it was just this. This was going to be the end of the game. So you'd play through Yharnam and all these, like, castles and Victorian manors and stuff, and then it would culminate here.
Mm-hmm.
Kos probably would have been down there at that point. Like, that would have been Kos's arena, but it's... Like, the old version of this, it looks like where you fight Storm King in Demon Souls. It's, like, a much bigger area with these, like, monoliths sticking out of the ground that presumably are used for cover. But, yeah, this... Mm-hmm. This was, like, the end of the game, and it's meant to be like, oh shit, like, we're finally in the nightmare. Whereas now it's, like, sandwiched in the middle of the game, and the culmination of the game is Nightmare of Mensis, which just looks like part of Yharnam. So it's, like, it's a little odd, and I think the idea of, like, this is sort of a case of, like, oh, it's the nightmare, so it's this completely alien, like, completely different world. And then they sort of... add the idea that the nightmares are actually these, like, malleable plastic sort of things that you can, like, are altered by the people in them to sort of explain why, like, oh yeah, actually there's just, like, things that just look like normal castles, and then, like, they add from that, like, the whole Hunter's Nightmare concept is, like, we've made a space out of bits and pieces of Yharnam that have been recontextualized. Okay, are there any canonically LGBT FromSoft characters? Mikola, obviously, because Mikola... Well, depending on if you see Mikola and Trina as 2 people or 1 person. I guess, and, like, Marika and Radigan is kind of similar. I mean, the correct answer is all of them, but, you know...
Of course.
Oh, of course. Sorry, it's a reference to alchemy.
What's up with the Mensis ritual causing a pale blood moon sky, but the Nightmare of Mensis just as a normal-looking moon?
That's a really good question, and the answer is I don't think they thought it through to that degree. Actually, hang on. I'm going to show off something about Nightmare of Mensis that is never fucking talked about, which I think is really interesting. Yeah, Gwendolyn, obviously.
Oh yeah, Gwendolyn.
Okay, so Alistair's asking about the 2 DLCs. Yeah, so we brought this up earlier. I guess you weren't here, but, like, yeah, the OG plan for the Bloodborne DLC is it would be like Dark Souls 3 and there'd be 2 of them. And they would connect in a similar way to Ring City and Ariandel. And then they made it into one, and that's why the sort of connective tissue of that DLC is bits and pieces of Yharnam, because they didn't make new assets for it. They just used what they had lying around. So, here we go. This is an interesting example of, like, them... Make sure we're not going to be killed. No? Okay, there's nothing stalking me here. This is neat. So, for reference, this here, like, the nightmare areas, I know this was not, like, the initial plan when they designed them, but this is really heavily implied to have been Loran. Like, the Loran place that you visit in the Chalice is, like, this was Loran at one point. And what you're in here now is this is the Loran equivalent of the Hunter's Nightmare. Like, Loran got to the stage Yharnam's at, it was fucking round, and then this Nightmare land's created on the basis of Loran in the same way that, like, the Hunter's Nightmare is created on Yharnam. The people who find this place don't know what Loran is, so they just find this castle, and that's the equivalent of, like, if you imagine in the future, everything resets, someone finds the Hunter's Nightmare, they don't know about Yharnam, and they just find this, like, weird cathedral with a burning beast on the altar and everything, and they have no context for it, so they just call it, like, you know, that's their Nightmare Frontier. Anyway, this is... So, like, if we establish this was Loran, this is Loran's healing church. Like, this is their grand cathedral, and it's even set up in the same way, because you have, like... Oh, go away. I'm trying to show people things. Oh, you're going to explode, aren't you? Oh, I hate these stupid things. You're interrupting me. Thank you. Right. So, that is... This would have been Loran's equivalent of the Grand Cathedral. And that there, this is really neat. You can't see an axe got rid of the brain in this character, but that giant, where the giant brain is, that's their, like, clock tower, where they have the giant brains in Yharnam, because they have the giant brain patients in the clock tower. And Loran also has a gigantic brain in the middle of it, and it's making that thing light up like the clock tower lights up. And you can see, like, this is what Loran had instead of the Yharnam Grand Cathedral. It had this place. In the same way that if we now go to the Hunter's Nightmare, we can see that they also, you know, they actually have two of these massive cathedrals. And again, like, if you want to talk about, you know, the parallels, like, there are those Scourge Beasts, which are, like, the Loran Silver Beasts, which are, like, their equivalent of, like, the large huntsmen who run around Yharnam. There's the giants who throw the rocks that are, like, their equivalent of the huntsman's minions in Yharnam. So, like, you can say, like, this is just, like, Yharnam's happened here. Like, this is, you're just looking at, like, this is what the future of the memory of Yharnam is going to be. It's going to be like this. So, yeah. Something that's just, like, I don't know, I never really see it discussed. But yeah, presumably in Loran, like, they were going through the same thing we're going through now, and instead of running around the Grand Cathedral in Yharnam, they were running around this place.
But if the Nightmare of Mensis is Loran, why is Micolash there?
Because Micolash, like, it's like when we go to the Hunter's Nightmare. Like, he's just found a way there.
Oh, okay. It's just, you know, the Dreamlands, and
yeah, like
it just happens to be like shaped by Loran, but
yeah, it's like if we head back.
still...
I'm so glad I have this unlocked. So, like, in this file, right, I've defeated Kos, right? So Kos isn't there anymore. Everything's functionally resolved, but you'll notice the nightmare is still there. So even though Kos is the reason the nightmare exists, Kos's curse creates the nightmare, all this shit's happened. Getting rid of the curse and getting rid of the orphan and resolving all the shit, it doesn't actually make the nightmare go away, it just stays here. So if you imagine, like, you know, however many thousand years after we finish, like, our journey through Yharnam, we turn into a slug, history starts over, and then... Let's get rid of this guy. history starts over, and then another group of scholars, like the School of Mensis of the future, like a similar group of people, they start experimenting with like traveling to higher planes and going to the dreamlands and everything, and they just find this. And they have no idea what it is, because they don't know about Yharnam, and they don't know about what Yharnam went through, and they don't know about Lawrence or any of this, so they find this place. And that becomes their equivalent of like them finding the Nightmare of Mensis. So it's just like this thing is just a cycle. Yeah. And presumably like above like, because you can see that the Nightmare Frontier is above the fishing hamlet. So presumably like even further above the Nightmare Frontier, there is like another nightmare that's the last time this happened and just keeps going and going and going. So yeah, what I was getting at before is, if you imagine that, like, you don't know what the hell this place is, you just show up one day because you're experimenting with astral projection, and you find that's your equivalent of the castle in Mensis. Like, you just find this weird fucking cathedral castle in the distance. And yeah, it just starts again. And that's, like, why the Nightmare of Mensis, everything in it just looks like the Grand Cathedral. It's the same layout. It's even the same kind of enemies are around there. Like, you've got enemies that are sort of like the large huntsman, enemies that are sort of like the huntsman's minions. You've got like the giant brain in the middle of it, in the same way that this giant brain's in the middle of the research hall. Like it's just repeating itself. Yeah. And yeah, like, this is like I was saying before with reference to Alistair's question. Like, you'll notice this is just existing maps from the game, and they've gotten these like weird sort of muscle striation rock assets and jammed them in there to make it look a little more nightmarish. But this is sort of like, this is recycled, because this was not part of the original DLC plan. It was just going to be one was the fishing hamlet, then there was the research hall, and we're not 100% sure where Brador and the prison fits in. That might have been part of the research hall. We don't know. But yeah, that's I mean, this is an example of like, because Bloodborne's so obsessed with like memory and dream logic and historical like repetition and things like intergenerational problems and things, it can sort of get away with just recycling assets constantly, because it kind of fits the motifs they're going for, whereas I don't think they could have done this in another game. So like they really lucked out in terms of like, they can just kind of do whatever and it still works.
Yeah. They made sense.
Yeah. It reminds me of like one of the Exorcist movies. They had to recast one of the characters at one point in shooting it, but because it's the Exorcist and it's all like demons and like nightmares and stuff, they just left it that way and just had the character played by two different actors. Like, it still kind of holds together because it's the Exorcist, whereas this is a similar situation. Should there be a layer in the nightmare for Old Yharnam? There is an Old Yharnam nightmare. Hang on. I'm playing quite sloppily because I'm explaining stuff, so I may actually die here because it's slightly higher level than where I was before. But, where are we going? So, the entirety of the Hunter's Nightmare is structured in chronological order of like what is actually happening in Yharnam. So I don't have a gun. Oh no, I don't have anything. Why do I have this character?
Oh no.
Hang on. Okay. I think I was getting so into like Mensis cosplay that I thought I wouldn't use a gun, and that's now come back to haunt me. I'm doing terribly. Gah. Reverse. Oh shit, I'm dead. Okay. Try that again.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, here we are. Yeah. Synesthesia's explaining Exorcist. Yeah, it's Brad Dourif, yeah. So hang on. Oh wow, what is this character? I haven't used this for so long. Just whirligig the fuck out of these things. I'm still reflexively hitting L3 into crouch. Weirdly, this doesn't have a crouch stealth system, even though you'd think it would. That's better. Whirligig, my beloved.
Everyone's beloved. Well, and you were saying about the chronological order.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get rid of these guys first. Yeah.
It makes sense that it's like that. Just like in the chalices, the deeper you go, the further back in time.
Yeah.
It is. Just like, and the DLC, the nightmare is the same.
Yeah, so, like, Simon specifically calls it out. He says, like, the nightmare sprouts from the fishing hamlet. You can't see the fishing hamlet from here, but it's like, as you play through the DLC, you're going progressively further back to the beginning of everything. So, fishing hamlet, we'll just imagine it's in front of us, because technically you just can't see it. So...
We're cutting out again.
Oh, hello, sorry. Am I okay? Am I okay now?
Yeah.
Hello? Yeah, good. My mic has kind of an aggressive noise gate sometimes. So, what's happened is they kill Kos and steal the baby, and that's the beginning of everything, so it's the last place you go to. So it's like, Kos. Then after that, Lawrence founds the church as the research hall, so that's the second last place you go to. And then you got, like, Ludwig's era is, like, the third last place you go to. So we're just kind of getting to the end of Ludwig's era now, which is the Blood River area. And if you want to know where the nightmare version of Old Yharnam is, it is just through here. Da, 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 da. So the nightmare version of Old Yharnam is this cave.
Is it in the cave?
Yeah, that's Nightmare Old Yharnam.
Yeah, there's the Gatling gun.
There's a Gatling gun guy, Blood-Starved Beast.
The Blood-Starved Beast.
Yeah, this is Nightmare Old Yharnam. Oh, hey, he's still alive. I didn't realize. Yeah, this is Old Yharnam. In terms of the chronology, and this is, you'll notice this is like the second kind of area you go to because it's the most recent thing that happened in the timeline. Why do I have a fire elemental? Oh god, I don't know what I was thinking. Yeah, this is Old Yharnam. It's also why if we go down here, there is a Blood-Starved Beast. There we are, see? We're in Old Yharnam. This is the nightmare version. It's not like a recreation, but it's like I was saying, in terms of chronology, this is the second place you go to because it's the most recent thing that happened. It's like, if you can follow the church's history, so it's like, there's Old Yharnam, and then, like, before Old Yharnam was Ludwig and the Hunters, so, like, Ludwig's the boss after that. Before Ludwig was the Research Hall, so the Research Hall's after Ludwig, and then, before the Research Hall was the Hamlet, so the Hamlet's after that. So it's like you're just playing through everything in reverse chronological order.
what Micolash says, like what Micolash means when he says the nightmare swirls and turns unending? Like, is that what he's referring to, you think?
I'm pretty sure it's that, yeah. Oh, the other thing about Mikolash's dialogue is when he's like, ooh, a hunter is a hunter, even in a dream. And it's almost like he's expecting you to show up. And that's because, like, there's this other version of that character where you were, you were, like, doing something with Micolash beforehand. There's, like, older versions of Mikolash's dialogue, which was all recorded, by the way. Like, so, like, they got as far as actually recording it, they just didn't end up using it, where he's sort of like Big Hat Logan from Dark Souls. Where he's asking you to find all this, like, eldritch knowledge for him, and then when you find it, he goes mad, and he becomes, like, the shrieking Micolash boss that we know now. And, that's why, like, when he greets you, he's like, ooh, a hunter is a hunter. It's because you were supposed to have interacted with him beforehand, and that's why he's recognizing you.
Oh. Was the dream created from the Cainhurst massacre?
I don't think so. No, I mean, it's like...
No.
It gets weird, like, yeah. Trying to apply too much logic is sort of like, you have to sort of accept that, like, a lot of this was made up on the fly. Like, we talked about this in the Lawrence episode, that, like, part of the reason that, Bloodborne works the way it does is because it is largely sort of made up on the fly. Like, it's not nonsense, but it's like they come up with an idea about how will we make this work. And then the problem is that having come up with that idea, it's like, well, there's not going to be the time and money allocated to completely redesign the area to make that work, so they're just sort of going with what they've got. So trying to, like, apply too much logic to it is like, well, it's not actually going to get anywhere. But, like, there's an intuitive sort of emotional dream logic to it, rather than, like, a hard sort of, like, this happens and this happens and this happens. Anyway, so what I was talking about. This is the start of everything. So this is where the Healing Church and the Hunters do their original sin and kill Kos. So if we play, we can actually do the DLC this way. So this is where it all starts. We're just playing. This is just like the Healing Church abridged. So, like, they fuck up here, kill Kos. Next thing that happens is Research Hall. That's what we're looking at now. Once the Research Hall's over, they fuck up Yharnam, and beneath us is fucked up Yharnam. So that's basically, you're just playing through the story backwards. Oh, hang on.
Yeah, there is.
I'm going to see if I can... There's a trick you can do with the Hamlet Priest.
Oh, you have to wear...
No.
Not the dialogue. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not even that. You're just bullying him. You can actually beast draw him off the edge.
Oh, that's right. I remember that.
And he just stays down there walking. It's kind of hard to see. Yeah, he's there. You can just see him at the very bottom of the screen. There's just this little, like, white blob. Yeah, he's just walking around down there. He's at the very bottom center of the screen. He's just standing there. It's like, I object to this in the strongest possible terms.
I was gonna say the nightmare, they're just the layers of reality.
Yeah,
that
so,
are
like,
shaped somehow by events, and so then the Hunter's dream is supposedly the layer of Flora, the moon presence, and they're just she has this act with the Hunters.
Yeah. Like, if you want to go even further back, like, those fishing, those ship masts, right, from the fishing hamlet, those are the masts that you see in the Nightmare Frontier. So the Nightmare Frontier is above us. So it's like, what happened in Loran happens, and then that kind of, like, spills down into the fishing hamlet, because, like, that's what leads to Kos showing up. Kos gets killed. They start doing research. That leads to the Research Hall. Research on Old Blood leads to, like, the beasts and hunters, like, beasts infecting Yharnam, and they're having to, like, form Ludwig's militant hunters. So you suddenly get the Ludwig stuff, and then after the Ludwig stuff, Yharnam goes to shit, so you get that, and then you get, like, Lawrence runs off and transforms, and Old Yharnam burns down, and you start getting, like, you're just playing through it in reverse order. That's how the Nightmare is structured. So presumably there's something above Nightmare of Mensis, and we just never see it. But that would be, like, the Nightmare of Ys or whatever, like, what happened there. Also, hang on, this is a little, piece of trivia. This is based on a real, quote-unquote real sea monster skeleton called the Aberdeen Sea Serpent. Or it was, I'm pretty sure it was like a dolphin, like a decayed dolphin carcass washed up, and everyone's like, oh my god, it's a sea serpent. It looked like that. It's like a dolphin or a whale or something. Yeah, they just recreate it for here. The Aberdeen Sea Serpent.
And you find it in the chalices.
You do find it in the chalices, yeah.
Was Loran in the same location geographically as Yharnam?
Oh, okay, so this is like...
Not clear, but...
Well, okay.
Presumably not. Or it could be that it was. It's...
Okay, well, I mean, do I have any Loran chalices unlocked? I don't know. I don't think I do. Loran is like a desert. So I don't, like, the climate and the biome are so completely different from, like, anything that looks remotely like Yharnam. So I don't actually know, like, how...
That's right.
How they would be in the same place. Yeah.
It was left to the sands. So it
yeah, like, there's no sand.
Unless we're talking about absurd time skips, you know, of civilizations falling and rising and world changing, but it's unlikely.
Yeah, and they call Loran, like, they call it a land lost to the sands, whereas the other ones are like the labyrinth beneath Yharnam, so I'm fairly sure Loran is meant to be somewhere else, but, like, I have no idea. Like, it's...
Can you find the Loran chalice in the Nightmare?
in the Nightmare, it's another, like, connection. They make... All of the Loran stuff is found in the Nightmare Frontier, which is, like... That's kind of how they connect them.
And that, like, that could be the Nightmare Frontier is the Nightmare of Loran.
Essentially, yeah. It's like the...
So you find the Loran chalice there.
Yeah, the thing is, when we're talking about all the stuff about, like, the Frontier and Loran and everything, the game's assets were made way before they had... finalize that part of the story, and that's why we're sort of saying, the items point toward it, because it's like and the enemy placement and everything. But you just sort of have to run with it. Like, that's clearly what the game is saying. It's just having to say it with, like, assets they didn't really have at the time. Oh, interesting point. If you ever wondered why there is a little spot here, that's where your grave goes, but also that was where the warp headstones were in Ye Olden Bloodborne. They weren't along here. So instead of having the warp headstones along there, they actually would have been over here. And that's why there's this sort of little, like, raised area with nothing in it. And yeah, also, like, the other thing about Loran is that the idea of there being multiple quote-unquote lands, you got 2 through the chalices, that's not in there originally. There's just one big labyrinth underneath Yharnam. And what we now know as Loran and Ys are just, like, modifiers you'd apply to it. Kind of in the same way that you do, like, fetid and rotted and stuff like that now. You do, they were just called Cosmos and Storm. So you just go into the chalices, you do the Storm ritual, and it looked like Loran. And then they eventually spun them off during development into these 2 completely different quote-unquote lands. And that's kind of why they don't really make a great deal of physical sense, because the game was not designed to be like that originally.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, this one's here.
Hey!
I think because we're mostly just ignoring the game right now, I reckon we can maybe bring up some of Abyss One's work. So I'm just going to pull out some wires and hope the stream doesn't die. It's happened before. Oof. And okay, good. We're
I'm
getting
not
somewhere.
Meth, I'm Altair.
This is Altair. Meth sometimes shows up in streams, but she does not do voice. So I reckon if I do, I'm gonna try. Let's change this to. I'm gonna add a display capture for my monitor. Great. Okay. So I'll move that under there. Right. So we're just going to look at my desktop now. So if we go back up here, this is the thumbnail folder, by the way. So in my Loran syntax, it's called Loza. Return to Yharnam. Magnum Opus. So Abyss One in chat, who you may know also as Eugenio, and also Anti-Hero WoW, he is making a very, very in-depth Bloodborne mod that he's calling Magnum Opus. So I've got some Magnum Opus stuff here to share that he sent me. This is just a little gag that he did. Hang on. I just thought this was funny. I promise it's all opening on my other monitor when I try to... Come on. Oh, there we go. Good. So here are some screenshots from Magnum Opus. This is very cool, actually. So if you've ever wondered, like... This is a... So Magnum Opus is partially a restoration mod, I think. Like, it's a sort of restoring older content and also adding its own spin on things. So something that we know happened and they ended up not doing was that Amagdala would enter its boss arena by climbing over the background and then jumping into it. And then they change it to it just kind of like zooms in from nowhere and falls down. And I think it was something to do with just like the animation didn't work or something. But yeah, this is the Amagdala entrance that was cut. So Abyss One actually kind of got it partially working again. I don't know how much of this is Abyss One's original work and how much is restoration, but there you go. Let's watch it again. Yeah. So stuff like that. There are... There we go. So this is the... In very, very old versions of Bloodborne, the way in which you... Like, they went through so many different drafts of, like, how do you get to the dream and back again. And one of the early ones was it was those statues that you see in older screenshots. That's the statue that's at the very back of the workshop in the Hunter's Dream, the sort of the woman statue. You also see it in the chalices when you're going through the locked doors. That is... that was the old checkpoint system. And what you did was you had this item called a soul stake. And you shoved the soul stake into the statue, and that kind of activated it. It's actually very similar to the cut Dark Souls 3 system, where you used the coiled swords to make bonfires. It's similar to that. Yeah, and when you did that, you got this on-screen message saying Spirit was linked in pretty much that font. So what Magnum Opus is doing is it's sort of connecting that with the warp chairs by having the like linking with the dream message, but it's using the warp chairs rather than the statues. There's a lot of cut stuff from Bloodborne. The thing about when you're talking about like cut stuff from Bloodborne is like there's not really a complete original cut story that wasn't used. It's more just like 3,000 different ideas that they had and sort of iterated on. Here's the statues. This is what the warp points used to look like. So you probably recognize that statue. It's still used in the game, and yeah, you. Let's just. I'm doing this again. I did this last year as well. I'm just like, let's just look at the wiki. Altair, do you want to talk about Bloodborne Wiki? Ground control to Altair. Are you still there? Oh no. Oh no, hang on. I can... Okay. So I can hear you... I can see you flashing green, but I can't actually hear you. Can you say something? Okay, I don't know. Can you maybe, like, hang up and call me back? Thank you. Oh, no, I still can't hear you. Okay. I'm gonna hang up too. Hello? No, I don't know. I was hearing you before. Hang on. Voice and video settings. Output. Oh, I see what's happened. Try now.
Hello.
Hello, great. Okay, I can hear you again.
Hey, sorry, I don't know what
no,
happened.
That's okay. That's okay. No, I can see what's happened. It's that the Can you say something again?
Sure.
Great. Okay, that's good. Yeah. No. When I switched the cords over, it switched the output device to the TV. That's why no one could hear you. But you're back now.
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So let's talk about our very own Bloodborne Wiki.
Yep.
Bloodborne Wiki is Math's website. It is the most complete and detailed source about Bloodborne you will ever find. It's largely been a community project. There are a lot of people who worked on it over the years, but Math codes everything on her own and keeps maintaining it. And when we do our streams and our Return to Yharnam streams, we always do it in favor of Bloodborne Wiki, so that we can keep the website running and we can contribute to its functioning. And so we are here in honor of Meth, and you can find her Ko-Fi at the bottom of the stream if you want to contribute to the functioning of the website. There's of course a lot of cut content info, and that largely Sophie and other people contributed. And that's pretty much it. Yeah.
So this is the very, very old leaked Project Beast trailer. So as far as we're aware, this wasn't for public consumption. It was sort of like that leaked Elden Ring one from somewhere in Europe that ended up getting probably someone fired. So this is like old footage. You'll notice like it's clearly Bloodborne, but there's a lot of little tiny differences to it. And this is the one, I think, where you see that statue being used for, like, 2 frames. Interesting point, like, you can see this is Hemwick. Hemwick was the first area they finished, as far as we're aware. And it's set during the day, because the plan was the game would start during the day in Hemwick, and then you'd move to Yharnam at night. You also notice the character is blocking with their weapon, which you can technically still do as part of a glitch, but you can't normally do it. There we go. There's a spike. That's how you used to activate checkpoints. And going through the fog here, this actually would have been the Vicar Amelia fight rather than the Witch of Hemwick fight. Because she was where the Witch of Hemwick is now. You ever wondered why Witch of Hemwick is just a repurposed Chalice dungeon enemy? That's why. And yeah, that was presumably like something like Lawrence's human skull that existed. It's not there anymore. And yeah, here we go. So this would have been Kos, I'm assuming, at that point in the story.
She's in the church.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. So this is sort of what we were going over before. There is somewhere. Hang on. The problem is that with the wiki, like, we need to clear it up because so much has been written. Here, Elder Trails Redale comparison. This is a page I wrote. I actually said to Meth, can I make this because it bugs me and I want to talk about it. So, this is a comparison of the trailer and what those places look like today. I just went to the game and recreated it, so you can see, like, there's some fairly obvious differences, like, not just the time of day. So, this is from a version where you started in Hemwick and it was daytime, and then you went to Yharnam at night, and you can see that, like, I don't know if this is just because they were saving resources or it wasn't implemented yet, but, like, Yharnam's not there. Like, I don't know if that means Yharnam was in another place originally, or they just, I don't know, didn't want to deal with the distance model, but yeah, that's that part. Yeah, again, like, that's not too different. There's Witch's Abode, which, as we talked about before, is fucking massive. And then in-game, it's just 2 medium-sized rectangular rooms, and the rest you just never go to. There's Amelia in the Witch's room. So I remember, like, us seeing that, and for years wondering, is that supposed to be, like, did they actually want Amelia Ford in this room? Or was it a case of, like, they just needed a screenshot, so they just dumped a boss in the room so they'd have something to show off, and we weren't sure. And then when I went to recreate it, I was like, okay, there's that. See, on the right-hand side, there's that, like, bit of wood jutting out. That's part of the bridge that you use when you're fighting Witch of Hemwick. And I'm like, the bridge isn't there, and, like, that whole sort of scaffold structure of the wood isn't there either. And that led us to go, okay, Witch of Hemwick, surprising nobody, probably wasn't supposed to be the boss when they designed this room. It would have been something else. And, yeah, we found later on there is actually, like, a bunch of other stuff that shows Amelia in this room. So, Vicar Amelia was, like, at one point the boss of the area that we call Hemwick. The areas don't have really proper names. Like, Hemwick is just called Cemetery Town, and, like, Yharnam is called Church City. Cainhurst is called Castle. So they haven't really narrowed down, like, what these places are called yet. Interestingly, yeah, even though they change Hemwick a lot, you can see there's the women dancing around doing the, like, grave ritual, although the big statue, the sort of leering sort of grave digging statue's not there anymore, because it should be to the right of frame and it isn't. And here's the super okay, so Amelia, at this point, she would have been called Laura, and she's called Laura the Beast Saint, and she's got the medallion, like the church gold pendant. So, like, squinting a little bit, you can kind of figure out, okay, maybe at some point, like, you started in Hemwick, you left Hemwick, and then at some point you went back again and beat her and got the gold pendant, and that did something in Yharnam, because she doesn't make sense as, like, a first boss. You still there, Altair?
Yes.
Good, okay. Yeah, so this is the super fucking Tower of Latria looking lighting. that's very sort of like jaundiced and green and yellow as opposed to the... Oh yeah, no, Bloodring's pointing out Laura, Lawrence, Loran. Yeah, because I'm fairly sure, like, for reference, the character that we now know as Lawrence, like, he wasn't called Lawrence till quite late in development, and there was a different character called Lawrence. They just like certain names. Like, there's a lot. Laurentius in Dark Souls is just another way of writing Lawrence. There's just names Miyazaki likes, and Laura was probably called that because he likes that name, and then that became like Lawrence later on. Yeah, so this is the... You can see, like, there's just such an obvious difference in the lighting. Like, it's way cooler and, like, it's sort of less of a contrast to it. Whereas there, it's...
It reminds me of Tower Latria a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Especially, like, this part here with just the massive, like... They look so different, even though it's just the lighting that changes. And there's like when Cleric Beast was the boss of the Grand Cathedral, when he was a different character called Norbert.
Norbert.
Yeah. This is another thing, like, it got far enough along that they recorded it and implemented it and then deleted it. But there's a initially the thing, instead of the Cleric Beast being on the bridge, you'd have characters tell you to go to the Grand Cathedral. And they said, "Oh, go to the Grand Cathedral, Father Norbert of the Healing Church will help you." And then when you got to the Grand Cathedral, you fought the Cleric Beast, who has, like, a full intro where he's, like, leaping off the... You know how there's that broken window in Lumenflower Gardens?
Yeah.
He's jumping from there. That's why the window broke originally. Like, he would very dramatically leap through the window, which would break, and then he'd land kind of where Amelia is now, and do this, like, really dramatic intro that doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, he did that, and then you'd fight him, and then when he died, he left behind the liver of Father Norbert, and it says, like, Norbert's the Cleric Beast now, and it's like, oh. So, you also notice in this shot, Lawrence's human skull is on the altar. I'm kind of pointing at it now. Yeah, so that's... Who knows? Lawrence, the character that we know now, wouldn't have been in the story at this point. It would have been someone else, so... Guess as good as mine.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is why, like, I was getting to this in the Lawrence episode we just did, but some of the, like... It's all a devious puzzle that Master Miyazaki has set us and challenged us to solve, and it's like this whole thing is in constant flux. Everyone's name, everyone's connection to everyone else, where the bosses are, where the items are, that's just constantly playing musical chairs with it throughout. Iterating on concepts, trying to find the ones that work for them. It's not like something that was planned to the nth degree and executed perfectly. It's like this. Yeah, this is interesting because they have these little, like, bell statues. And it's wrong to say these aren't in the game anymore because the bell is still there. It's in Cathedral Ward. The asset is, but the statue's gone. And it looks a little bit like you maybe use this to attract enemies, like the bells in the Chalice dungeons. It's like you could sort of sneak around Cathedral Ward by ringing that, and it would draw the church servants toward that area, and then you could run off. When you think about it, the ones in the Chalice dungeons are not actually that useful. Because they're just a way to summon all the enemies into one room. But if you imagine you're trying to, like, sneak around the Grand Cathedral to avoid the giants and everything, it kind of makes more sense.
Yeah, I always wondered why that was even a thing. Why you could do it in the Chalices. Because it feels like it's a way to draw all the enemies to you and make it difficult to fight.
Yeah. This is the statue I was talking about before, and that's actually right before you go into Old Yharnam. You can see it's the same. It's that little chapel area before Old Yharnam, so...
This one says, I found this statue and that around the work chairs.
Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah. Actually, let's...
There's Azaro says... Late question, but how does the Great One's names being physically descriptive fit with the idea that they interchanged their names during development.
Because they changed the names during development. That's because Cos was Cos was Ebrietus was Cos. Like they just changed. Like Erden probably doesn't exist. Interestingly, like I've never found any cut content related to Erden. I think they just came up with Erden like at the last minute, and that's why there's the whole Erden is a voice and has no physical form. Yeah. And also, like, Moon Presence has that like unused second form that looks way more like a flower, where it's or like a mushroom, where it's sort of like it's like blooming on its back and it's not used anymore. Okay, this. That was where the DLC. That's called DLC item. It's like that's where if you'll notice like when you beat Amelia, you get the Eye of the Blood Drunk Hunter in the dream. That's where it was. Yeah, that's like a placeholder for it. It's sort of near where Gurman sits. It's just an object, and it just says like DLC item spawns here, and they ended up not using it. Also this just to finally put it to rest. That's what the tops of the pillars in the distance of the Hunter's Dream look like. There's nothing on them. It's just wood. There's nothing on top of it. There's no secret. There's not a tiny little Hunter's Dream or anything there. It's just nothing. Where else are we? Hemwick's just kind of like we've covered Hemwick a fair bit. That's where we were before, actually. If you want to see like when we talk about the Yharnam's geography not quite making sense. This is an example like that's the interior of a building that you go into and looks nothing like it. It's clearly just moved around. Doesn't really make any sense. Like when you're in Old Yharnam, and you come out of the church, you really should see like a massive tower and a series of stairs coming out the side that just aren't there anymore. And they do that a lot, and you don't notice it unless you're looking for it. But I mean, they do a lot of cheating with geometry in the game to make the city seem kind of like bigger than it actually is. Okay, I've shown this off before, but like, these are you recognize these from the DLC, these little pressure plate guns. They're actually in version 1.0, they're just unused. And they lie them up, they're sort of lined up in Cathedral Ward to shoot you as you're going through it, and they don't use them. But yeah, those were originally a thing. They weren't added specifically for the DLC. Oh yeah, here we are. Here's Weird Old Lady. There she is. That is the older... We can show off a coloured one of her later. That's the lady who used to have the role that Iosefka has now. So she'd be the one that... Like, she has dialogue that's recorded and everything, and she's like, oh, dearie, come here and have some blood. It'll make you all better. And she talks about... Like, she's the one that says, like, hey, your friend Lawrence disappeared earlier. Because they're in the older version when there's a different character called Lawrence, yeah. And you can see like she looks a lot like the wet nurse. Like she's got the same sort of like stooped posture, she's got the big cowl, she's got really long arms. So presumably you would have fought like the wet nurse. We don't know. Oh yeah, another system. Which is like we talk about these things a lot, but we've done hundreds of videos, so people probably miss them. These are mad ones from Hemwick, which you'll note, like in Hemwick, they spawn under certain conditions. When you've got a certain amount of insight, it makes mad ones spawn, just in Hemwick. But there's actual, like, unused mad ones for other areas of the game. So, like, that's an unused mad one in Central Yharnam, in that little, like, tunnel area that's by the Dark House. I think there's one on the way to Gascoigne as well.
Oh.
Yeah. So this area here, this is where the Cleric Beast jumps from. Because remember, the Cleric Beast wasn't here at this point. So there's just a cannon. And I don't know what the deal was, if it was just like the cannon was just going to keep firing at you to keep you away from the bridge or something. I got no idea. But yeah. Before there was a Cleric Beast on the bridge, there's just a guy with a cannon that's it's rendering upside down for some reason, but there's just a guy with a cannon just shooting at you. I guess kind of like the archers in an Orlando. There's the upper cathedral ward. Oh, this really annoyed me when I found out about it, because this is the corridor with the brain sucker at the end that keeps paralyzing you, like in a loop in upper cathedral ward, and there's statues here that they don't load that would actually have provided cover. And it's like, you took the cover away. Why did you do that? Here we go. Altar of Despair. This is what I was talking about at the very beginning of the stream. That is the Altar of Despair. That's what the Altar of Despair actually looks like if you can see it properly. So, Altar of Despair is literally a church altar. It's that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is literally, if you go into, like, the Altar of Despair, like, that's Rom. And if you just delete Rom, that's behind Rom. But you normally can't see it because Rom takes up so much space. But yeah. So, there you go. There's the Altar of Despair. It's that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it is literally an altar. Yeah, there we go. That's the layout. You can sort of see, like, hey, this elevator seems to stop way before it actually should, and stuff like that. It's a kind of a mess. And yet, technically,
we were.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, just one thing. We were talking about the Altar of Despair at the very beginning of the stream, and we were saying that we don't know why it can reverse death. Like, it's never clarified in any way.
Yeah, it doesn't have like an in-game lore reason to do that. It just does, and no one really understands it. And honestly, I think it's just because Annalise's story was different early on, and they needed a different resolution to it, so they decided to use the altar. It's actually entirely possible, because I remember, it was either Eugenia or Lance, or possibly both of you. There is a trigger associated with the Rom corpse. It's like, it was designed originally to play a cutscene. Back when that was under Bergenwerth. So it looks like maybe they just had like a Rom corpse with like, this can do something, and they just quickly copy pasted, like, reset Annalise over play cutscene. You also notice, like, Annalise, she doesn't, when she's back, she's not like, oh, I'm back to life again, thank you so much. She just acts like nothing happened, because all it's doing is just changing some flags in the game and acting like she's not dead. So it's just there, I think, to just let you continue leveling up the Vile Blood Covenant if she's dead, I guess.
Yeah.
Because we talked about this a little bit at the time, but like, Annalise's old quest involved her dying at the end of it, or being able to die at the end of it. Whereas the version you've got now, like, you want to keep her alive to keep giving her blood dregs, so there has to be like a failsafe built in to stop you getting rid of her.
Yeah, and we were talking about attempts to revive Rom to stop the blood moon, and how it's possibly tied to what that altar does, but it's really not explained.
Yeah. Oh yeah, okay. We've brought this up a couple of times. If you ever wonder, like, you know those empty cages in the Nightmare of Mensis, what used to be in them? It's little, like, they kind of look like the final form of King Allant from Demon Souls, just these little, like, really horribly mutated, presumably they were Mensis scholars, who've just become these, like, mounds of flesh in these cages. I guess in a similar way to, like, the research hall patients transforming into these, like, strange blob things. Also, yeah, there's, like, there's mad ones for Nightmare of Mensis. You can see one there. These are my screenshots, by the way. I would, like, one time I did this, I actually opened up the map viewer and let us move around it, but, I don't have the map viewer installed on this computer because I've switched laptops since then and didn't really bother reinstalling it because I didn't really need it. But yeah. More mad ones. These are in Forbidden Woods. So I don't know why they cut this. Because I don't know why, like, it works in Hemwick but not here. And I don't know if they just ran out of time or what. Like, the way the maps work changed. Like, they're originally going to be a lot more dynamic effects that just aren't in the game anymore. So I think it may have been to do with that. So... Oh, here we go. So this is Yahagul. There's just, like, guys floating in the air. So this is, like, Yahagul as a map is kind of, like, a monstrosity. Where they've hacked it in half. It's sort of hard to explain without actually showing it in game at the same time, but like the way that you get to Yahagul now and the way that you got there originally, there was a gap in the floor that you couldn't cross, and you had to go up Lumenflower Gardens and down the side again to get there. So everything from kind of like, you know, the little plaza where the two Yahagul hunters were, that was a totally separate map. That wasn't part of the Grand Cathedral map. And, yeah, what ended up happening was they, for whatever reason, ended up kind of mashing the two maps together, which means there's these unused Yahagul. Like, this is kind of the path you would, if you imagine, like, the two Yahagul hunters are up there. And then when you jump down the sort of cliffside, and Yahagul's over here, and you're going down the cliffside. That's what this is, but it's like a version that doesn't exist anymore, but they've left the enemies there. Kind of similar to what I was saying with Bergenwerth. What else? Bergenwerth should be down here, actually. Oh, here we go. Okay, great. This is what I mean. Here's what I was talking about before. So, that is the Bergenwerth we know now, with the Observatory Dome. That's the lecture hall. They are the same map. The lake is out there. So when we were running around the lecture hall before, we were running around that space. And when we were with Willem, we were over there, but that is literally the exact same map. And you just can't see that because the material that they cover that in, it doesn't, like, render. So that's just invisible. It's like an invisible... Yeah, it's an invisible building, essentially. That's why it works the way it does. And there's like a bunch of weird glitches that you can't really do them anymore because the game doesn't care. But there were a bunch of weird glitches you could do on version 1.0 that would let you like do stuff in Bergenwerth and have it affect the lecture building and vice versa. But yeah, that's how that map works.
Oh.
Yeah. This is what I was saying about seeing the enemies above the lake. So what we're looking at there is that's Rom's boss arena. And you can see there's all the slime scholars. There's a giant. There's another giant. That's a celestial, or I think it's a brain sucker. Yeah, they're just hovering above the lake because that's where that building used to be. And when they got rid of the building, like they got rid of the building, but they left the enemies there, and they just have the enemies not load. That's how that area works. There's actually like a treasure chest I think you can see at one point. Yeah, there's just like treasure chests floating above Rom's arena that you never ever see, because that's where the lecture building used to be. What is his problem? Oh, is that a snake? I don't know. I don't know what that is, but I think that's like a Garden of Eyes and a scholar and a brain sucker. Like, oh no, those are snakes. Yeah, there's a bunch of snakes and like a scholar overlapping in floating. That's where the lecture hall is now. It's such a mess. Yeah, and this is another example of like, it's that room we were in. That's where the dome used to be. So like the observatory dome would be there. And they move it to where Willem is now, which is why it's like a little weird that you have this like sort of big academic research space, but then like one of the most important parts is just like a ladder to the attic, which doesn't really make a great deal of sense if you think about it. Yeah, and just like there's just Nightmare Frontier also looks like it was quite an early piece of design. There's just like bits and pieces of just stuff in the sky. There's just, I think these are just there to be either for testing or literally to copy paste them. Almost like a palette of assets. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the Nightmare area, like I said, the DLC is more a case of them adding rather than removing things. Yeah, it's just like just alternate enemy placements. It's nothing that radical. Oh yeah, there's patients in the cells that the old hunters are in now. So I guess that prison area was part of the research hall more so at one point. I don't know. Yeah, and there's like switches and stuff in the Maria room that are never used. Oh, here we go. This is another example of what I mean about the game kind of cheating space. So you'll see there, like, that is the room where you fight Maria, and it's like about 3 times as wide as it looks from the outside, because you just step through and like that's just invisible essentially. But if you look at it from the outside, like, none of that lines up. There's Baby Orphan of Kos. That's what it looks like. Yeah, and like there's that big lighthouse also. And like it's weird to me that they bother including this like massive lighthouse that kind of, it has like a spiral staircase inside it that doesn't go anywhere, but then at the very top of it there's like this floating plane, and I'm like, was that a door? What is this? Tell me.
It reminds me of the tower in the DLC where the elevator is that takes you to the orphan.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
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 And there's the stairs that go nowhere in that too.
Yeah. This is... I've shown this off a few times before. This is a... As far as you can see my taskbar, hang on, sorry. This was an exhibition that was held in London, where they showed off old Bloodborne, like, concept art. It was basically about game development, and this was about how, Oh yeah, Kelsey, yeah, this is going to stay up, don't worry about it. And we'll do another one tomorrow at a different time of day. So yeah, this is about, like, development, essentially, of the game. And, yeah, they showed off all of these, like, pieces of concept art that we'd never ever seen before, and I got this wrong the first time. It wasn't Astrolace, it was a friend of Astrolace. Astrolace, I think, went there, but they were sent the files by someone else. But yeah, someone went there and took very, very, very nice, high-res, clear photographs of all of the concept art and sent it to the Bloodborne Wiki, and we had a very fun weekend of just sorting through all this stuff and labeling it. This is the interesting stuff. Okay. Now, the most interesting stuff they showed off on there was that there's like old maps. So this is like a really, really rough old map of how the world was going to be laid out. You can see it's sort of hard to tell what a lot of it is, but like where the cursor is now, that is the Grand Cathedral. Seems like there's the bridge in front of the Grand Cathedral. There's like the sort of cathedral ward area with the like the pathways going through it and the plazas and everything. There's actually we'll have it somewhere. Someone actually translated all those notes that are on this page somewhere. What else is here? Yeah, again, there's just like super, super rough versions of Cathedral Ward where they've just got the map and given everything the same brick texture. So you can recognize like some of these spaces from the game. And yeah, again, going over like when we talked about iterative design, it's like that's the doll, and the description is vampire/evil spirit/governess. So like they did not sit there originally and be like, yes, the story, Lady Maria, she was a hunter who was the apprentice of Gurman, and he had an unrequited love for her, and she never knew, but also she was from the castle of Cain, she was distant relative of the undead queen, all this other stuff. That's not there. They start with that design, and they're like, we want to have this like vampire / like ghost / like governess figure, and they build the doll from that. And you can see, like, the rough idea continues, the idea of her as, like, this vampiric sort of ghost figure. But who she actually is and the specifics of the story are completely up in the air until very, very late in the day. You can see there that, like, the choir mask, that's presented, it almost looks more like a highwayman's mask. It doesn't really look like a blindfold per se. Again, here we go. Like, this is we sort of recognize this as the choir, but, like, it's like choir up the top, student feeling choir, but it's like that's... I know there are a lot more sort of like... Yeah, it's just a very different feel to that design. Yeah, and like that, yeah, Old Castle, like that's Cainhurst. They just call Cainhurst Old Castle. It's like that's the top floor of Cainhurst. Like that's... Like, yeah, I mean, it's hard to explain, but like if you know Cainhurst, that's the top floor of Cainhurst. There's like where the bookshelves are. This is the one. So this is the most important one. So this is an old but not too old map, and this is an A4 piece of paper. So the map itself is quite small. It's probably like maybe 4 inches square. But I was able to zoom in pretty fucking far thanks to the quality of the photographs we were given. And I made this. So I made this thing where I went in and I just zoomed in and I labeled everything. So this tells us some things that changed. I'm not going to go through all of it because that would be like... A lot of it's not that super interesting, but like... I mean, it's interesting from an academic sense if you want to learn more about Bloodborne, but in terms of like what someone who just sort of... What's cool. So that's where we fight Witch of Hemwick. And you'll see that's just been drawn on with a pen. Like, that's not in the original. Like, that map was made in, like, I don't know, Google SketchUp, or it's copied directly from the game or something. But it's done in some sort of, like, vector or geometry program. And then Witch of Hemwick's room, that's just been drawn, like, by hand later on. So you can see, like, the map is being designed, like, as they're going.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's Bergenwerth. This is the most interesting part. So this bit here, A, is the Bergenwerth we have now, right? You can see that's the shape, so that's like where Willem is sitting. That's where we come in. That's the lecture hall, the yellow part. Now, like I said, the lecture hall is symmetrical now. At this point, it's asymmetrical. So it's like there's one actual lecture theatre there and then a bunch of little classrooms over to the side. That's the observatory dome, right? This green thing, that, as far as we can tell, and good night, Elizabeth, that, as far as we can tell, is the Altar of Despair. Like, this space here, this rectangle, that would be the Altar of Despair. It's a little, it's the same width, but a different length, essentially, so I think they just padded it out slightly. But, like, if you think about it, like, that's the altar, that's, like, the boss fight, and then there's that little door that now leads to an elevator. That would be there. And if we go further in, there's the Grand Cathedral. There's no Altar of Despair. Like, it's just gone. Like, it should really be back there, and it's not. So what they seem to have done is just gone Control X, Control V. Now it's there. That's how they did it. That's another really interesting part there. There is this just... We've talked about this before. I might actually go into it because there's a wiki page on it, because of course there is, but there's like a structure that's not used near the Grand Cathedral that we don't really understand, but it was there at some point. That's Yahar'gul, which is, at this point, like, it's just a bunch of rooms. Like, they don't seem to be in any kind of order. And I've had people suggest, like, is this supposed to be, like, it's a nightmare and you're, like, going in and out of these different floating rooms? And, like, I don't know 100%. I think they maybe just hadn't finished the map yet. You can recognize some of it. Like, that's Hypergean Jail. That's Advent Plaza, where One Reborn is. That's where you fight Paarl. Like, that's sort of, like, the Paarl arena. That's where you got down, drop there, and then, like, you... if you imagine you come out of the back of the cell, you pop out there, you move around, piles there, and then that connects to Old Yharnam. So that's the weird shit, I guess. Hang on. It's what I was talking about with the unused structure. People may remember this. So I won't... The whole explanation of this took about 40 minutes, and I won't do it again. But you'll just have to trust me on this. This is the old map, right? So A is the Grand Cathedral. Now, currently, behind the Grand Cathedral is absolutely nothing. You'll notice here that behind the Grand Cathedral, actually, there's a mountain range. And on the other side of the mountain range, there's a whole fucking level. There's, like, all these little paths, and, like, you can see there's trees, and there's little cliff sides and everything. And there's a massive bridge that leads to this structure here. And none of this is in the game anymore, as far as we can tell. Like, it's definitely... The files aren't there anymore. This was probably, like, an early iteration of Nightmare of Mensis. But you can see that, like, yeah, this looks like it was the original climax of the game, where instead of touching Micolash's corpse and going into the Nightmare of Mensis, you would do something in the Grand Cathedral, and it'd lead you to an area behind the Grand Cathedral, and you would do something there, and this is sort of the Nightmare of Mensis equivalent, this old Gothic castle in the mountains. You sort of have to navigate this, like, mountainous rocky path to get to, like you have now. And that's what the bridge looked like. Yeah, so this is what I was talking about before. That's Upper Cathedral Ward. And then that, you'll notice this is from the concept art. That is, there is just something behind it. Like, they didn't delete this in time. There's something behind it. There's like a cliffside with trees and like the side of what looks like a castle. That's not there anymore. Because the Grand Cathedral itself would be like off to the right of frame. There's just a mountain, and it matches pretty much what we're looking at here, of there being like a mountain range behind the Grand Cathedral. Now, if you go there in game now, it's not there. But it looks like it would have been roughly there. There was some kind of structure there, and that matches with where that is. So we're starting to get a picture of like, is that how it worked? Also note that, like, Nightmare of Mensis doesn't look that nightmarish. Actually just kind of looks like part of Yharnam. And this led to this... sorry, I've got a bit of a cough. I remember when Bloodborne first came out and people were saying, oh yeah, Nightmare of Mensis, that's part of Yharnam that they recreated, and, like, I kind of get it, but I think at this point it's pretty clear that's not what they're going for. They're going for this other thing. But when they made, like, the asset, I think it's pretty clear this was meant to be part of Yharnam, or somewhere near Yharnam, because, like, it just looks like part of Yharnam. It's got a moon in the sky, it's got the towers behind it, there's no indication this is a quote-unquote nightmare, it just looks like a building. And, it may have some connection to this concept art that was... This is from the online portfolio of a concept artist who works for FromSoftware. Like, FromSoftware, a lot of the people that do the work for them are subcontracted. So, like, they're freelancers who From is working with, which means that they do things and then they'll just put them on their like, ArtStation portfolios. And, like, Abyss One's done quite a bit of this, going over, like... Lemon Sky Studios, I think, does a lot of it. If you go to Lemon Sky Studios' website, they'll be like, look at all the cool stuff we've done, and there's just, like, unused Dark Souls 2 stuff in there. Anyway, this is by one of the guys that works for FromSoftware, and you'll notice it's really close. Like, I know FromSoftware has a real thing for Gothic castles and mountains and everything, but, like, it's pretty goddamn close to the final Nightmare of Mensis, and it has the big bridge at the front that's pretty close to this, which makes us wonder if, like, is this, like, an earlier version of what Nightmare of Mensis would have been when it was in the mountains, like it is there? Who knows? This is pretty neat. So, again, getting back to my bugbear about people who think everything about Bloodborne and Dark Souls is planned ahead of time by the devious Miyazaki in his game design dojo. So you'll recognize this is Cainhurst. Looks like Cainhurst to me. That's the official Cainhurst artwork from the concept art. And then, oh look, if you go to that guy's portfolio, it's Cainhurst again, but it's Dark Souls 3. And it's not just like mislabeled. You can see that like it's actually got different assets. Like it has, like if you look, the banners are different. They have a different design on them. The lighting is different, and it's got, instead of the hunter, it's got the stock Dark Souls Knight guy. So like this is not a mislabeled piece of artwork. This is actually two, not completely different, but it's two different versions of this area. One is for Dark Souls 3 and one is for Bloodborne. See? And they're by the same artist. And if you think about Cainhurst, like, it's a pretty Dark Souls-y level. And also, this is called, I think this was actually just called Castle Library. So I think, seriously, the Cainhurst that we have now, that might actually have been part of the Lothric Grand Archives from Dark Souls 3 at one point, and they just kind of borrowed it, or, like, ported it across or something. Because when you think about it, like, story-wise, why the fuck is Cainhurst, like, 75% library? Like, that doesn't make a huge amount of sense. If you're, like, a bunch of, like, they're not particularly scholarly people. They're just a bunch of aristocrats. Why is their castle, like, 3/4 of an enormous library? But it does sort of make sense if you imagine this was kind of like Lothric Grand Archives. So I think it's something like that. And yeah, like, we know now from Elden Ring, there's so much, like, stuff going on with, like, stuff being moved around. Like, the Red Wolf of Radigan boss, like, that's a removed Dark Souls 3 boss. The Ulcerated Tree Spirits removed Dark Souls 3 boss. They just reuse and move stuff around constantly. It just happens. So yeah, that's, Oh, okay. All right. So yeah, people are wondering about the Cainhurst thing. I'll explain. So basically, this is kind of my thesis. I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying this is based on what I've got now. So what I've got now is, like, indisputably, at some point in development, there was a big castle with a bridge behind the Grand Cathedral, right? And that got removed at some point. And this is where I get into, like, what I think happened, right? So what I think happened here was that castle was an earlier version of Nightmare of Mensis, which sort of makes sense, like, a climactic area of the game. And this is getting into what I think happened. What I think happened was, this was going to be, like, the sort of equivalent of Cainhurst. Like, it was going to be like, this is the castle where the vampire people lived and where something terrible happened, and, like, maybe something like the fishing hamlet, like the healing church, like, did this horrible thing to these vampire people and they've sealed it away and you can never go back, blah, 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 blah. And it was this place. And then they changed that map into, we want a nightmare ending. That became the Nightmare of Mensis, so they got rid of it from there. But they still wanted to have the vampire castle area. Like, they kind of split that into two. They split it into, like, endgame area and vampire castle, when previously it was two. Needed a vampire castle, and they kind of borrowed Lothric Grand Archives to make it. I think that's the best I can manage. Like, if you're FromSoftware or love someone who is, maybe you can answer. But that's the best I can do from what I've seen. It's actually quite similar in a sense to the way the clock tower works, because you can see that, like, the way that you get to the fishing hamlet now, you go to the very top of the Grand Cathedral. You go to the top of the Grand Cathedral, clock opens up, go inside. There is a path leading to the place you're never supposed to go. This is kind of the same deal, like, top of the Grand Cathedral, oh, a dark secret is hidden behind it. It's a similar sort of motif. Oh yeah, this guy. You may recognize this character. Give it a sec. So, this is from the same guy. His name is He goes by Yokus Wang online, but I think he's credited under a different one for the actual game. But like, this is a legit guy. This is not like some weirdo. Yeah, that character you may recognize. Like, he is clearly an old. He's got he doesn't have the peg leg. He has a different weapon and everything. But like, it's very clearly like very, very similar. And this character we're looking at here, that's a cut boss who we're fairly sure was in Cainhurst. So we're starting to get a picture of, like, you know, there maybe was, like, this place back there. Like, that character is called Dragon Guardian. And if you look at, like, the things that look a bit like that might have been it. It's called Land of the Dragon. Like, that looks a lot like Nightmare of Mensis. Like, even by FromSoftware standards, that's very, very similar to Nightmare of Mensis. So there's just a whole lot of stuff. And this is what I mean about the design is always iterative. It's never, they're not really, like, coming up with a master plan and executing it. They're just playing around until they're happy with it. So things like this happen, and it's why it's the source of a lot of my frustration with people who think they're, like, solving the Da Vinci Code.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so the thing about... We're talking about, like, the history of Yharnam. One of the biggest changes in the story's development is actually where the Healing Church comes from, because in the old versions, the Healing Church is not made by someone from Bergenwerth. It is, like, an ancient part of Yharnam, and then the people from Bergenwerth, which at this point is just called, like, the college, I don't think it's even called Bergenwerth, they're trying to sort of understand and research it by kind of infiltrating it. So it is like this ancient sort of blood cult rather than something that in game terms probably is like 20 or 30 years old. So yeah, like the history of Yharnam is totally different in that version. Like the idea of like the central sort of religion of Yharnam is the Healing Church. Something happened, they did something to a baby. Whereas now that's actually like the recent stuff in Yharnam. There's just some old models. Hang on. This is the third chord we were talking about. So they actually made a full 3D rendered third chord for the DLC, and it does nothing. It's never used in game. Oh yeah, and if you're wondering why like the whole is Lawrence the Bloodletting Beast thing is such a mess, it's because like the Bloodletting Beast was designed to be the founder of the Healing Church, who then became Lawrence later on, and that's why it's so weird. Because when it was just the founder of the Healing Church, it was like, okay, it's just some guy. Like, some guy who founded this place turned into a horrible monster and we keep him in the basement. Whereas now they've changed it to, like, actually it's Lawrence, who's, like, a character from the recent past who, like, you can have like, there's dialogue of him talking, people met him, etc. It becomes a little messier, like, why is he there? Anyway. So yeah, this thing, we don't know what this was for. It's for the map that Lawrence is on now. So I think it may have been similar to like the not the eye pendant, Lawrence's skull. Where like you'd maybe grab this from Orphan of Cos and then give that to Lawrence and he'd reach out and fight you trying to get it back off you, something like that. I forget what else did we talk about. Ooh, actually, hang on. The Amelia there we go. That is the reflection map for the Witch of Henwick's boss room, and you can see like very clearly that's Vicar Amelia's silhouette.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So like that, there's like pretty indisputably Vicar Amelia is in the room, and the body's hanging from there probably to feed her. She would have been, I guess, similar to Ludwig. I don't know. At this point, she was called Laura the Beast Saint, but there's no evidence she. Everything points to her always having that the Lawrence gold pendant. So she always like presumably always had the pendant. So she had something to do with the Healing Church, but who knows? Like she may even have been an early draft of like the Lawrence figure. Like she's someone from the church who left and transformed, and you got to go get the pendant off her. I don't know. Well, this is the data mining page, which really blew out of control, and we sort of need to like restructure it because it involves like it's got data mined 3D models, but it's also got like debug stuff that Lance McDonald did, which should probably really be 2 different pages because there's just so much of it.
I was gonna say, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you, but when you said, the Healing Church was an established institution and an old blood cult, but there are still remnants of that in Bloodborne as it is.
Yeah.
The Yharnamites having this ancient relationship with blood, and the Thumerians. So the Thumerians having the Great One's blood, and civilizations having gone through the same things before. It makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, so what have we got? Like, yeah, this is when I was talking about the Cleric Beast having an alternate intro. Like this, like, just jumping down quite dramatically. That's from the trailer, you can see that, like, they land behind you. What else are we doing? Old, that's like old Mogo's work. That's pretty much the same, they just do some slightly different. She sneaks up behind you. It's just like an old version of that. I don't know. Cute. What else is here? Oh, is there any way to read old versions of the story? We'll get to that in a little bit. The answer is, like... What we've sort of been getting at throughout this is there isn't a quote-unquote old story because the development is so iterative. Like, they just keep riffing on ideas. So it's different to, like, Dark Souls 2, where, like, Dark Souls 2 actually had a relatively complete story that was, like, together, and they deleted it and started over. Bloodborne is just, like, they're riffing on concepts until they're happy with them. But I'll show you some of the old text later on, so... But it's not, like, a completed, like, it's the full story. Like, that doesn't exist, I'm sorry. Yeah, here's, like, the snake boss. People are probably familiar with a lot of this already. Old Maria. Here we go. There we go. This is the wet nurse lady. So that's like a textured version of her. So you can see she looks really, really similar to the wet nurse. So we're fairly sure they were connected a little bit. There she is. Yeah, like she would have revealed herself to be some sort of monster during the game. I do not like fighting Ludwig at low levels, I'm sorry. I'm not very good at these games. I just know a lot about them.
It can get frustrating. Well, it can be frustrating in the beginning, but once you have the muscle memory, you kind of never lose it. That's my experience with it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and there were like, we didn't bring this up, there were like all these different Cainhurst kings. Like there were multiple sort of kings of Cainhurst that would be different sort of like ghostly figures running around the castle. And yeah. Another quest, like this is another thing that comes up, and it's like you're gonna have to just go with it, is like, what's the fucking deal with Ligarius? You know?
I know.
Hey, Allison!
It always confused me since the beginning. I was like, is it a king?
Yeah.
But he's tall, and he's a Thumerian, and it's so confusing.
Yeah, because the answer is like,
the final version of the story is Ligarius, but his design is so strange.
Yeah, it's a case of like he's designed to be the king of Cainhurst. But then they change him at the last minute to he's Martyr Ligarius who's sealing away Annalise. But like they kept everything else. They keep everything else. So again, it's like you just have to run with some of it because it's not going to 100% make sense. But it's not part of some hidden esoteric code. Oh, here we go. This is interesting. So that is an option to give the Hamlet Priest the Yharnam Stone, which you'll know, like when you beat Queen Yharnam, you get an item called the Yharnam Stone that doesn't do anything. It's like a trophy for beating Queen Yharnam, but there's an option here where you can give it to the Hamlet Priest, and he does something. He just says a little thing about Kos, and like I don't know what he would have given you. So this is what I was talking about with Annalise. So this is an alternate draft of Annalise, where she's voiced by Iveta Mradaslova, who's the voice of the doll, and also the Maiden in Black. So she's the voice, and it's a similar plot, but she has this total opposite personality, where she's, instead of being kind of like haughty and like, you know, oh, I am the queen, kneel before me and stuff, she's just saying like, you know, I am cursed, leave me be. You know, I cannot die, I don't wish to lose anything else. And then she's actually a lot more sympathetic, and you have this discussion with her where you agree to help her, and she's like, you're kind to me, you're a friend. Which is totally opposite how Annalise acts now. And, well, it's somewhere else here, but there's, like, references to, like, you give her blood, and it's sort of, it makes her less and less of a vile blood until she's able to die. Okay, in terms of story. The story of Bloodborne, I don't think is that complicated. It's... where people get confused is they get hyper-focused on tiny little details in the story that, as we've been discussing, all those tiny little details are completely in flux all the time. So, like, if you get hung up on, like, why does Logarius look a certain way? If you get hung up on, like, how exactly do the Great Ones work? How exactly does the Red Moon work? That's when people lose the plot a little and think that they're decoding some, like, ancient esoteric text that's not known, like, meant for mortal eyes. That's when it starts to get confusing. The actual plot is fairly basic. It's just, like, a bunch of scientists committed an atrocity and they're cursed. It's like a mummy's curse story. It's like you committed an atrocity, you're being cursed for it, and... you have to sort of make right what was wrong. It's a pretty straightforward, like, yeah, piece of gothic horror that's got bits and pieces of H.P. Lovecraft in it, sort of, but not really. And, yeah, where people get hung up is it's just like, well, how do the Great Ones work? How does Old Blood work? What is this? It's like, that's when people sort of go down these weird rabbit holes. And what I've been trying to get at through discussing all the cut stuff is, like, the cut stuff is not the secret hidden story. It's just, like, they just kept switching stuff around because they felt like it. Because they felt certain things would work better, or they ran out of time, or they ran out of money, or God knows what happened. And they just... it was always in flux, and not every single thing is a secret hidden code. Some of it's just kind of, like, there. It might be a reference to an older story. Like, this is, like a funeral carriage in Hemwick. This might have been how you got to Cainhurst originally. It's got coffins in it. I don't know if you lay in a coffin and got taken to Cainhurst. So it's like there's what they've basically got is they've got a series of ideas and motifs that they're riffing on. So it's like you can see that all of these versions of the story have in them, like, there is an ancient vampire castle that is tied to the past of this place, and there was an atrocity committed there. But exactly where it comes from, and exactly what happened, and exactly who's involved, and exactly who the characters are, that stuff is kind of always shifting. But the central premise and concept is always there. That's kind of how this works. So I don't actually think the story is that complicated per se. It's just people get lost going down, like, well, you know, well, this character's name is a reference to this. And it's like, that character's name was like 5 different things.
Yeah. And I personally take it as it is, in the sense that I feel like Bloodborne works. I'm not referring to the dreams as in the planes of reality. I'm saying that Bloodborne kind of works like dream logic.
Yeah, yeah.
So there's just a lot of hints and associations and
Yeah.
Ideas and concepts, but it's not tightly knit, and everything
Yeah.
means something. It's just
Yeah.
really vibes.
Yeah.
The story of
Yeah.
Bloodborne is based on vibes,
Yeah.
and you can give different interpretations to a lot of things, and there isn't really a true answer. And I think that if you appreciate, like, to appreciate Bloodborne is to kind of buy into this aspect of it. That's just how the game is built. It's built different.
It's like
Um,
there's a documentary some people might have seen called Room 237 that's about different interpretations of The Shining. And like The Shining is a movie that like famously like it's quite a lot of it's quite ambiguous and quite dreamlike, and it sort of defies like rational explanation a lot of the time. And there's this documentary called Room 237 where they interview people about The Shining, and like it starts off kind of like not even particularly deep. It's just like this is just like Lit Crit 101 stuff about like yeah, there's like references to the massacre of indigenous people in America, and how like the American nuclear family is forever haunted by the things that like people did in the past, etc. And then it goes completely off the rails, and it becomes people talking about like actually Stanley Kubrick faked the moon landing, and The Shining is him using a code to admit that he did it, and the evidence is like, look, this kid has a the sweater they have on has a NASA rocket on it, and they stand up, and that's the rocket taking off. And then like this character says this, and it's like that's what a lot of the Bloodborne stuff becomes. It becomes like getting completely hung up on these little superficial details that frankly don't matter that much, and then because those things in a vacuum don't actually make a ton of sense on their own, completely going down these bizarre rabbit holes where like everyone is Erden, and it's like a multiverse with Dark Souls 3, and it's like, oh my god, just learn to read.
yeah, and I think that people often are not used with engaging with surrealism and with narratives that don't make
Yeah.
sense. Like, not everything has to make logical sense and have an explanation. There are a lot of narratives that just don't work that way, and Bloodborne is a prime example of one of them.
But I think like the
Um,
the narrative of Bloodborne in terms of like who did what to who and why and what the end result was, like that all holds together fine. I don't think there's like plot holes per se. It's just when people
yeah,
get hung up on it, particularly when it's things like, why is there no red moon in Hemwick? And it's like, because they ran out of time and money to get the red moon working in Hemwick. Like, you're going to have to bite the bullet and accept that it's that. Like, stuff like that happens. Like, what I'm showing off now is this is a cut character who is, like, one of the first characters they made, if the ID is any indication. Like, she's definitely not finished at all. But this is clearly like this is an older version of what would become the Snail Woman in the fishing hamlet. I have no idea who she was. I have no idea what her role in the story was. Was this like maybe this was the equivalent of Cos? Maybe this is the person whose child was stolen. I don't know. But looking at her, like, yeah, no one knows who this character was or what her role was. But you can see they've this motif of like the sort of the twisted, transformed woman who's kind of not human and is blindfolded and is shackled. Like, that's they're riffing on that. They're coming up with Cos, they're coming up with Snail Women, they're coming up with Annalise. Like, she sort of becomes those things, that they're riffing on the concepts, which is not the same thing as saying there isn't a story or it doesn't make sense. It's just like they're just riffing on concepts, and those concepts are it holds together thematically, if not 100% in terms of the superficial logic of everything. Like, we're talking about Ligarius, like, because Ligarius, like, if Ligarius had actually been the king of Cainhurst, right, that would make significantly more sense in terms of what we got. Like, rationally, logically, yeah, this really tall guy in a crown in the castle was probably the king of the castle. Like, that makes sense. But the story they have now, where like the Healing Church sends someone to kind of like, Alfred calls them a blessed anchor. They send someone out to sacrifice themselves to forever seal away something terrible the Healing Church did. That makes sense thematically with the rest of the story. Like, that is a better story. That is also kind of what Maria's role in the story is as well. And it tells you more about the characters. It tells you more about the world. Tells you more about what the story is actually about. Even though, from the perspective of how this character looks and behaves, it is not 100% consistent. That's how this works.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to make silly comparisons, but to me it's kind of like watching a David Lynch movie.
Yeah.
And asking yourself, how does the astral projection work?
Yeah.
Logically. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
The story of the movie will be consistent. Okay, so there's this character, like there's some fixed points that are told to you outright, and you can hinge on those to get your story. But like the way that the story presents itself, and like you just have to accept that there's, like, how can I say, there's some stories that just don't have necessarily an internal logic in all of their aspects.
Yeah.
There's just things that appear and you have to accept them as they are.
Yeah, it's like that's like horror in general works like that. Like, it's an affective genre. It's not necessarily a consistently logical one.
Yeah. Yeah, and also it's true what Bloodborne is saying. It's also a Japanese game, and for a Western audience, there can be a lot that is lost.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like some cultural aspects and some things that are maybe more intuitive to a Japanese audience, but
yeah, absolutely,
are lost on us. I felt so much, like I felt that so much in Sekiro.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because there is so much that is just kind of intuitive and taken for granted for Japanese people, but it's foreign to me, and so like I had to look into that. It's very true, and yeah, there's also that aspect. So there's a lot to think about, but I feel that the lack of how can I say, the lack of consistency, so to say, in the development, and not consistency, but like how they changed their minds a lot of times, and they went through a lot of different iterations, etc. I think that's what makes Bloodborne so unique.
Yeah.
Just that's what makes it such a wonderful, unique game, that it came from that creative process.
And it also, like,
and there's nothing quite like it.
It feels like, I brought this up in the Lawrence video, but when people say, like, oh, do you wish it had more time in development? I think I maybe don't, because, like, so much of the parts of the game that work feel like they're just Miyazaki, like, working through his issues and not editing it afterwards. Because I look at, like, some of the weirder stuff that was cut from Dark Souls 3, and I'm like, if you had time, would this have been the same way? Like, would you have cut the stranger parts of this story if you had more time to think about them? And I don't know. Because I feel like, I think this and Sekiro are the two best things he's done. And, yeah, they both feel very kind of raw and very emotional in a way that the mainline Dark Souls games don't.
I agree.
Also, and, this is something I keep needing to bring it up. That's Lawrence, for reference. That's the only in-game picture we get. Like, that's Lawrence. Okay. Like, we can finally settle this. That is supposed to be a picture of Lawrence. When you can see that there's the gold pendant, which the Healing Church people have. There is the little wheel clasp the Healing Church people have. The confusing part is he's wearing a red robe. So in olden days, the old version of the Healing Church, when that was made, the robes were red. They weren't black. You can see, if we go down, that's the, come on, hurry up. That's the old Healing Church robe design. Like, very, very old. Like, I don't know if this ever made it past this model in that picture. That's the old design. You can see it's got the wheel clasp. Back to this dude. He's got the wheel clasp. He's also got the pendant, which we know that they have. And if you go into the research hall, the altar there is a character there. He looks a bit like Willem, but hang on, I'll do it this way. Back. There's a dude there who looks a bit like Willem. It's like this. Looks like that. So that big altar is Lawrence. So that's so when Alfred says a scholar of this is the thing that, like, it's really cleverly done to the point where the people who think they are like the four-dimensional chess story understanders just don't fucking think about it and don't engage with it at all. Where it's like, when Alfred says a scholar of Bergenwerth took the old blood to Cainhurst Castle, Lawrence is a scholar of Bergenwerth. That's who did it. That's when Willem's like, hey, don't... But Lawrence takes the old blood and leaves Bergenwerth. Then a scholar of Bergenwerth takes it to Cainhurst. That's Lawrence. So, like, when the Healing Church talk about, like, a scholar of Bergenwerth is responsible for creating the Valbloods, they're not actually lying. They're just lying by omission, by mentioning which scholar it was, and not saying it was the scholar that also founded the institution. It's like, that's, like... It's like, quite cleverly done, and it takes you a few attempts to notice it, but, like, it completely tracks, and I just think it's really good. And people are still arguing that it was German, and I don't know what I'm supposed to fucking say.
Scholar of Bergenwerth
famously scholarly German. Fucking bookworm, that absolute nerd. Little scholarly nerd German.
Oh my gosh.
Known for disobeying orders. But yeah, also going back, like, when I say this is Lawrence, I mean, this is, like, quote-unquote the founder of the Healing Church, who at this point would not have been Lawrence. Like, Lawrence, the character, like, the name is used for multiple characters. Oh, actually, we can find it. This is the thing, I know this wiki quite well, because I wrote quite a lot of it. Hang on. Draft dialogues.
I smuggled it out on a book box of how to pick up fair maidens.
Yes! So this is... Right. This is unused dialogue that was in a different kind of part of the game's data structure and we didn't find originally. But for reference, this was all officially translated and was... part of it was voiced. I think the whole thing was voiced, but part of it kept... Part of this voice... Part of this voice dialogue does survive. I think the whole thing was probably recorded and just only part of it survived, because it doesn't make sense they'd record half and not the other half. But anyway, this is the woman who we think became the wet nurse. This was officially translated, and you can see here she's saying, "Oh, Lawrence, friend of yours is he? I should have known. He left to find a doctor to treat you." So this is from a version of the story. The Narrow-Minded Man also has dialogue that refers to this, where you would leave, you would arrive at Yharnam with your friend whose name was Lawrence. You would be treated like you are now. You'd go into the coma sort of situation after the ministration and you'd wake up. But instead of just waking up and leaving, you'd wake up and be told, oh, you were knocked out from the ministration for a month. Lawrence went off to find someone who could help you, and he disappeared. And the story becomes about tracking down where Lawrence is. Like, you're investigating Yharnam, trying to rescue your friend. It becomes that. And at some point, they just junked that whole aspect of the story, and they used the name Lawrence to mean the founder of the Healing Church. So that's sort of where a lot of the oddness comes from with regard to the Healing Church character. Yeah, the Bloodletting Beast, again, like... He is... You have to remember, like, these assets are made way before the story is finalized. So you'll probably notice, like, Bloodletting Beast... We've been over this many, many times, but the skull shape and the fracture and everything, it's really close to the Lawrence skull on the altar. Like, if you look at the Lawrence skull on the altar, it's got the fracture down there, where Bloodletting Beast also has a fracture. Also, Bloodletting Beast's head fucking disappears. Should be a giveaway, but apparently it doesn't. And, yeah, that's because when this was created, that the Bloodletting Beast is just called the Founder Beast. Like, he's meant to be like, this is the beast that was the founder of the Healing Church. But oh, that's a better look. But at some point, they go from, like, the founder of the Healing Church is some ancient figure in Yharnam's history to the founder of the Healing Church is a guy who showed up, like, within living memory. Like, that's sort of where it gets a bit weird. So that's why it's like, is the Bloodletting Beast Lawrence? It's like, I don't even know how to answer that, because the answer is, like, the Bloodletting Beast is supposed to be the same thing. That skull is on the altar that they say is Lawrence, but then they changed who Lawrence was in a way that's not 100% consistent. So again, it's just like, you have to focus on the actual story and the characters and what it is engaging with and what it is saying and what ideas it's riffing on, as opposed to getting hung up on, like, well, this boss's name is that, and this is, you know, I mean, you get a sense of that in the Lost Lawrence episode that we did, which someone did refer to as Ripper Mode. But yeah, I just feel like it's been 10 years, and I'm just massively frustrated at people who are still doing, I solved the story. And it's like, oh my god, grow up.
Yeah.
Like, the very idea that, like, works of art exist to be solved is, itself not great.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, actually, here's what the altar used to do. So, this is a collision mesh of the, Grand Cathedral altar. So, a mutual friend of ours, which was Blue, she was investigating the models, because she's like a 3D model person, and she found that the altar actually has all of these, like, chains and pulleys and things built into it that aren't rendered anymore. Like, they just don't render them, but they're still there. And so it was very obvious at that point that the Healing Church Grand Cathedral altar was actually supposed to be an elevator at one point, which we sort of long suspected because there's a big shaft above it that goes nowhere. And then Lance MacDonald found this old collision mesh. You can see, like, there's the elevator, there's the cathedral, like, that's where Amelia would be, Lawrence Skull, elevator, go up, and oh look! There's actually a second floor with some stairs, and the stairs would lead to, like, another altar, and we think that's where this is. Because you might think, like, why is Ebrietas in the Grand Cathedral? And we're fairly sure that's actually the altar above the Grand Cathedral. Like, you'd go up again, and that's where, like, it was like a hidden secret altar where you'd fight Ebrietas / Kos / whatever they were called at this point. And that's the back door thing there that you would use to get into that mountain castle. Anyway, it's there's a lot going on. People are talking about Armored Core in chat. Oh yeah, yeah. Sekiro is like the most consistent one, I think, out of all the ones they've written. Would you say that, Altair?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
It feels like it. I think there's a lot less vibes and a lot more solid planning in the writing. You can feel it.
Yeah, and also like Sekiro is like a story about a person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And honestly, that was the thing that I didn't know if FromSoft could pull off.
Yeah, yeah.
I was not that I thought that their games were badly written, because they're not, but I was like, it's so different. Are they gonna pull it off? And boy, they did.
Yeah.
But I would also say that even if it's, more consistent and has a solid idea of where it wanted to go, I don't think it has lost that fascinating dreamlike quality that FromSoftware stories have.
Yeah.
It has so many aspects. Obviously, it has a lot of fantasy elements in it, but they play so well with the emotional core of the story,
Yeah.
and they they haven't lost their style of adding elements that are so dreamlike and surreal. It just plays into the story so well and so solidly.
Yeah, people are
And
saying in chat that like
it's just different.
Sekiro is like a story as opposed to like a lore thing, and also that in like another Souls game, Sekiro would have been the backstory to that story.
That's right.
Yeah, yeah. So this is something I want to show off. This is when I was saying that like the Bergenwerth, the telescope used to be on top of the lecture building. So like that's, you can see it's absolutely massive. This is like old Bergenwerth art. And if you look here, you look there, it's not properly like pasted on. Like it's like it's partially transparent. You can see that it overlaps the roof from the front. Like they've just sort of like, they haven't really pasted it on properly. Because that didn't used to be there. It's also facing the wrong direction. There's actually quite a lot of like weird. Should I go into it? Maybe. Yeah. Hang on. This might be the one. No, wrong one. Hang on. Maybe this one. Here we go. So again, like, when I talk about Cainhurst, the castle maybe being moved, if you look at this, like, that's the bridge to Cainhurst, but it doesn't look like it was there when they drew the castle. Like, they've gotten this sort of, like, repeating pattern, and they've done, like, this shear tool on it to make it connect. Like, it's quite rough. It's like been pasted on quite hastily. And like, if you look at that, and then we go back to here. Like, it's sort of similar to that, but like, it looks like I don't know where this is supposed to have been. And like that, I don't even know if this was in the water originally. This may have been like the castle behind. I don't 100% know, but like that bridge is so awkwardly done. But I suspect it wasn't there initially. It's all sort of like, yeah. There's
a
another
quick question from Hookbringer.
Yeah.
Do we know if the whole Bloodletting Beast being the founder meant that you would find it somewhere else and talk to it? Was it always a dungeon boss?
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you for reminding me of that. So, hang on. Let's go. I found what I think was its dialogue. No, hang on. That's... Oh, well, okay. This is an excuse. I pressed the wrong button, but this is Meph's coffee page. Okay, great. She's at 230% of her goal, so that's really good. I donate here semi-regularly, so if anyone wants to donate to keep the wiki running, that's really good, because you'll notice that there's no ads here. Like, there are no ads. This is not hosted on, like, Fandom or Wikidot or something. This is just Meph bought server space and wrote all of this from scratch. So she's running this. She's not running ads on it. It's operating at a loss unless she gets donations for it. She's doing all the upkeep. She's running everything herself. There was literally, like, there was a point where she didn't have the internet, and anyone else would have said, like, look, I don't have internet connectivity for a while. I'm not going to be able to work on the wiki. She just went, no, I found a cafe that has Wi-Fi. I'm just going to go to the cafe every day and work on it there. Like, it's that sort of level of dedication. And, yeah, any amount of, like, money, just literally, it's not even, like, she's not being paid. It's literally just paying for the thing to keep running. Because this does cost money to run. Like, you'll notice there's a lot of videos, there's a lot of pictures hosted here. That, like, bandwidth costs money. There's nothing you can do about it. So, yeah, this thing costs money to keep running, and any money you send Meph's way will just help her do that. She's not trying to, like, become a professional website person. She just wants to be able to host the thing. Anyway, here we go. That's what I was talking about. So this is Unknown Character 2. So we're getting into, like, very, very, very old bits of dialogue that were in a totally different part of the game that was dug up and then translated. This was never... Well, I want to say it was never officially translated. Some of this was, but it's not in the game. Like, this Unused Plain Doll Draft, this is... You may recognize it. That's actually a video Lance McDonald made, where he had this, like, old version of the doll. She's voiced by Lucy Briggs Owen, who's the voice of Adela. And she calls you, like, oh, greetings, ailing one. That was after this. It's like, we had this dialogue and we didn't have it in English. And then we found out that it was translated into English and it was dubbed, but it's just not in any of the retail builds. It's in one of the builds Lance has. Anyway. This is an old translation of that I did. So I had diseased one instead of ailing one. It's whatever. It's pretty much the same. I tried to keep it as close to the original as possible. So, like, she says, like, let madness be your medicine, has these, like, poetic flourishes. I just tried to keep it, like, literal. So here we go. What I'm looking at here is Unknown Character 2. So this is just a bunch of files, a bunch of dialogues, and you're doing a Kath and Kim run-through of Bloodborne? Oh my god. Kath and Kim is an Australian sitcom. So, Unknown Character 2. So this is just dialogue. It has no context. It's floating around. And it says, you don't happen to know something about this, do you? Have you seen my head anywhere? I've been missing it for so long and I can't find it anywhere. This is quite troublesome. And then there's two chunks after that actually look like they're... And then it says, do you know anything? And then there's these two chunks of text that look like they're possible responses to the question. And one of them is, oh, that's excellent. Very good. Let me know. I can't thank you enough. Is there anything I can do for you? You've given me hope. And then the second one is, oh, well, I guess that's how it goes. Even though it's my head, I can't find it anywhere. So those actually look like, if you run through it, it's like, have you seen my head anywhere? Yes or no? Yes, I've seen your head. That's excellent. Very good. If you know, blah, 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 blah. Have you seen my head? No. Oh, well, that's how it goes. I can't find it anywhere. So that actually looks a lot like it's structured like that. It's someone whose head is missing, and they're like, "Do you see my head? Yes or no?" And then they have responses to yes and no. And you'll notice that's structured pretty much identically to Ludwig, where Ludwig's head falls off and is like, "Is the church doing okay?" And you can say yes or no to it. And yeah, I can't think of any other characters in the game that are defined by the fact their head is missing, other than the Bloodletting Beast. And when you think about like the way that a lot of the DLCs are about reincorporating material that was cut, the idea that like the Bloodletting Beast's head would fall off during the fight and then talk to you a little bit afterward is kind of what Ludwig does. So I suspect very heavily Unknown Character 2 is actually Bloodletting Beast, and it was this, and it was just like you beat him and it's like, "Ludwig, have you seen my head? Blah blah blah." Yeah, have you seen my eyes? Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's the best I can manage, because like, again, if we're talking about Bloodletting Beast, Bloodletting Beast pretty indisputably was a two-phase boss initially, with the head and headless versions being two different phases. Because there's like kind of draft versions of it where as you're fighting it, its head will actually fall off during the fight. Like if you hit its head enough, the head breaks off, and I think the worm sometimes comes out, or sometimes it depends on which version you're using. The point is, like, Bloodletting Beast was probably a two-phase boss. It was actually glitched on 1.0. If you went in there, you could actually fight the headless version, but it acted like it had a head.
Oh.
Do you know about that? I think some people saw it. Here we go. This is...
Then they made Guardian Ape. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's true. And also, well, I was just gonna say briefly, speaking of DLC and missing head, well, that's what you bring to Lawrence, literally. You bring his skull.
Yeah.
And that activates the fight. So it reinforces the link between Lawrence being the one who lost his head and the Bloodletting Beast.
Yeah. It's like, this is a gif of me fighting the Bloodletting Beast on 1.0. And you can see this is the headless version, but the way they do it is the head is still there and they just make it invisible. So you're still able to visceral it like the head is there. And it can also still use like its bite attack and stuff, as if the head is there. You just can't see it. So like this was a two-phase boss.
If this was a thing that happened, so was this patched after 1.0 and was never possible again, or was it patched in a later patch?
I don't know when they patched it, but it's patched now. The problem is like the only versions,
because I have this memory of visceraling him in my earliest runs. And that shouldn't be possible. I always tried to recreate it. But it never happened again, and I don't know if I misremember.
It's probably
it was real.
I don't know when they patched out. The thing is that if you're doing exploration of older builds, you're limited to like 1.0 if you have the original release, 1.07 if you've got old hunters, and that's it. Unless you actually like somehow patch the game and then never connected to the internet again, you would have like an older version, but you can't get the others on disk, so we're limited to 1.0 and 1.07.
And well, it was 1.09 out in 2016.
Yeah, because 1.09 would have been, and like a couple of updates after Old Hunters, which was November of 2015. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's weird.
What else is here? Yeah, there's just like this is from when I was on 1. There's actually did a stream of 1.0 for Return to Yharnam 1 year. There's just a bunch of little tiny weird differences. It's actually this I showed off this bit. So blood lickers in the game now, they explode, whereas it's wrong to say that they ragdoll because they don't actually ragdoll. but they just freeze in place in like this death pose and just stay there. It's really, really weird looking. Here we go. This is something I showed off. That's the invisible steps in Cainhurst that don't exist anymore. So we figured out what that was. That's actually, there was a statue there, and they deleted the statue graphic, but they kept the collision for it. So our theory that there was like some staircase leading up there is not true, but that's where that comes from. What else is down here? Yeah, I don't know. There's not. Oh, Micolash is completely glitched to hell on 1.0. He falls out of the sky instead of jumping out of the mirror. He like slides down the wall. He looks ridiculous.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. This is what I was talking about with like the blood dregs working differently. So on 1.0, you get blood dregs for killing any NPC. So like Willem, the Erden Chapel ones, the hunters in Yahogl, like get them anyway. But like, yeah, like you can kill the Erden Chapel guys and you can kill Willem and get blood dregs from them. Because blood dregs just work differently. Ariana's quest is really badly glitched. Oh, they don't disable the lantern behind Eileen when you fight her in the cathedral. So you can just warp in directly behind her.
Oh.
Yeah. It's like I said, it's just a bunch of weird little differences. It's not, nothing really major. Nothing sort of groundbreaking. Well, like, Amagdala doesn't align to the floor properly, so it just does that. Hey, Alice. And sometimes it goes the other way and ends up like that. It's just a mess. Someone mentioned a cutscene. Hang on. So... Okay. So there is a cutscene that is not... Here we go. So this might seem familiar because it's in the opening CG movie, which is that all these Yharnamites are walking through a door, like a kind of... Yeah, like they're walking through a gateway that's opened, and this dog follows them in and goes... Yarr! So that's like a recreation of an in-game cutscene rather than a CG one, which is this one. Where you can see like it's the same basic setup, it's the same like crowd, the same focus on the dog and everything. There we go. So that cutscene's in there, and that is in Cathedral Ward. That's where the first sort of church giant you encounter is. When you go out of Erden Chapel and turn the corner, it's there, and like the monoculars back there. Monoculars sort of over there. So this is from an really early progression system where there were two ways into Cathedral Ward. You could either go through Gascoigne or through where the Cleric Beast is now, and the Cleric Beast door wasn't closed. So these are just two alternate ways of getting in, so you could literally go through where the Cleric Beast is now, open the door and go into Cathedral Ward, and this is what would play instead of the Erden Chapel one that you get now. So that's where that comes from. And there's also like, there's just a longer Erden Chapel one that gives you this sort of like, it just gives you a little montage of scenes from Cathedral Ward as you go into it. Just like, just a little alternate version. But yeah, there's nothing, again, like you're not going to find any sort of groundbreaking like plot revelations in here or anything. There's the snake boss they don't use.
We already went through the Magnum Opus mod, unfortunately. We did it earlier. But
Oh yeah, we did.
we
We've done
just
a lot of things.
Just had a couple of videos and
yeah,
and screenshots.
Yeah. I'll be doing this again tomorrow at a different time of day, so hopefully get some more stuff going on there. Yeah, this is like alternate Shadows of Yharnam, where they're just called Secret Watcher, and they're doing Ligarius's like blood kind of skull things at you. Like I said, everything's constantly in flux, and you shouldn't get hung up on little tiny details. What time is it for you? Shouldn't you be in bed?
It's almost 9.
Yeah, okay, you should go soon. We've been here for over 3 hours.
Yeah, we got started around 5, so almost 4.
Yeah. I'll show you something else, actually. This is neat. So this is the fireplace of the Hunter's Dream, where it's got the photographs. And there's a missing one. And like in the game we have now, the missing one is obviously it's supposed to be the one next to Maria when she's in the clock tower. But if you go behind the shelf in the map viewer, it's actually there. Like that's where the missing photo is. So presumably, I don't know how you would have done it, but there probably was a way to like change the position of that photograph object so it appeared there. Oh yeah, so Sunny Celestial, all the cutscenes are masking loading. So basically, if you look at the way that the story progresses from different times of day, that only happens when a cutscene plays. So like if you want to change from afternoon to evening, it's not beating Gascoigne, it's opening the door to Erden Chapel, and that's when the game unloads and reloads everything. And the same thing is like when you transition from evening to night, that happens during the Bergenwerth cutscene. And when you transition into the Red Moon, that happens during the Queen Yharnam cutscene. So if you don't play those cutscenes, time actually doesn't move forward. So if you want, you can actually beat Rom and then really quickly warp out of the arena, and the Red Moon won't happen until you go back to the arena again. The thing is, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking everyone knows that, and then I'm like, actually no, because everyone hasn't watched 500 videos on this. I don't know what normal people do anymore, I'm sorry. Actually, we have... Yeah, here we go. So this is like... this is the Tokyo Game Show build. It's not complete because it's just the Yharnam area from basically the network test. Oh, here we go. This is what I was talking about 3 hours ago about the side of the balcony not being there. That's where you would have dropped down. So when you were in there, you would have gone down onto onto the Scourge Beast down there. That's what you would have done. You would have done a plunging attack like in Dark Souls. There it is. That would have just been missing. I don't know if it would have been broken or just it was a ladder or something. I don't know. This is the tunnel that goes to Forbidden Woods now, except back then it's this like... It's like a very sort of ornate, like, entrance that sort of slowly ramps down. I don't know what was under it, but I don't think it was the caves we have now. I think it was something else. There's Iosefka lady again. You'll notice she's floating in midair. So that's when she's, like I said, she's in a room that's no longer there. That's under where the imposter is now. Like when there's those kind of curving stairs lead up to her, it's under the stairs, but it's gone now. She's in the in the TGS build, she's under there, but because there's no floor, every time the map loads, she falls out of bounds and dies. So it's actually kind of a pain in the ass for Lance to get her to work again. What else is down here? I don't know. There's the lever that's not there anymore. You just open the gate normally. Yeah, just... Oh, hang on there. There we go. There is that cannon on the Great Bridge I was telling you about. So basically, instead of a Cleric Beast, it's just like a siege. There's just, like, cannons. There's little, like, kind of automated guns with pressure plates all just pointing out and just, like... I guess a bit like Ringed City. When you go to Ringed City and all of the Ruined Sentinel things rise out of the ground and pepper you with arrows, I think they were maybe going for something like that. To just make Cathedral Ward seem like it was just really heavily defended and you shouldn't go in, but you could if you were able to figure it out. Yeah, like that's the old entrance to Erden Chapel. It's like that's... Gascoigne's arena's kind of around there. And then normally like you go in and there's a ladder that goes up and there's like a study across staircase. This is like stairs going up, kind of like a little tunnel area, and then there's spiral stairs leading up to Erden Chapel. So it's just a different way of doing it. This looks like it was done again just as a loading thing. Because the thing about ladders in the Souls games is that they can control how fast you climb them in a way that they can't really control how fast you travel around other terrain features, because you basically have a set ladder climbing speed. So yeah, they shove a ladder in there basically to give Erden Chapel time to load, because if it's like that, there's a chance that you'll outrun the loading and you'll just fall through the map won't have loaded by the time you get up there. Anyway, there's a lot in here. Oh yeah, here we go. Here's the old loading screen with the pig on it. So yeah, no idea. We actually did a video on this guy. You can see this is a little different to the in-game model because it has, you can kind of make it out, it has like very, very sort of like broken plate mail armor on that doesn't quite fit it. It almost looks like it was wearing the armor when it transformed and the armor stayed on it. So it's like sort of burst out of the armor and become this monster. And yeah, that was important enough for it to get its own loading screen. Oh yeah, and also like these very like Demon Souls style stat icons, which we don't have anymore. Oh, here we go. This is how you go down to. This is what the ladder in the grave is replacing. It's replacing this very long tunnel that goes down. But because this is just the Central Yharnam map, it doesn't lead anywhere anymore. Like, it just leads to a void, because that map is no longer... That map's not in the version we have. But, yeah. That's... Again, I think it's probably the same situation, because they can use a... When you think about it, it's trying to load the entirety of Forbidden Woods, maybe, so a ladder gives you more time to load it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, here she is. This is the wet nurse lady. This is the old Nightmare Fog, which people kind of remembered from the trailers that just had messengers in it. Now it's more just like the standard Souls boss fog. Yeah, so this is a... I'm not sure if this was actually a weapon they planned or it's just a glitch, but it's an invisible weapon that's got the moveset of the Hunter's Axe. But then the transformed version works like the transformed rifle spear. So I don't know if that's just a glitch or they actually planned on like having an axe that was also a gun. What else is here?
Question: Is it true that Bloodborne kinda started as a Demon Souls related project?
Every time I bring this up, someone gets mad at me. So it's like, I have to be very, very specific. It was, like, there's no evidence it was actually called or referred to or thought of as Demon Souls 2. Like, that's not happening. But it looks like it was set in the same universe at one point. So, like, it would have been, like, the same universe as Demon Souls, possibly, like, it was a city built atop the ruins of Boletaria, like that, but it would not have been called Demon Souls 2, and I don't think it would have played like Demon Souls, it would still have played like Bloodborne. It would just be the same universe. Anyway.
Oh, there was an Umbaza in the
Yeah, and there was Umbaza.
dialogue.
There's a lot of stuff, like the area where you, like, it just straight... There's like what is it called? This is confusing. Lance called this the Lake of Mud, just as a name. And then what happened was people started... It's in Chalices, isn't it? Hang on. Basically, there's a boss arena that looks exactly like where you meet the old one in Demon Souls. And it doesn't have a name, and Lance called it the Lake of Mud to give it a name, but then people took that literally and thought it was actually called that, and that's what Micolash is talking about. And it's like, no. Okay, here we go.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So this place here, like, if you know Demon Souls, like, this is really, really close to where you meet the old one.
That's true.
There, like this place here. Like, it's kind of like, it's partially that, and it's partially the fishing hamlet where you meet Orphan. Of course, like, it gets sort of recycled, but the idea of this, like, sort of coast deserty area with these, like, ruins jutting out, and then it's probably, I think there's a better look at it actually in the art book. Ba-dum-bum-bum-ba-dum. Credits. That space there. Like, that's very, very similar to where the old one is. And even, like, you know, the concept of, like, great ones, but, like, there's the old one that's, like, this weird sort of, like, space monster that's connected to children, and now here we have, like, the great ones are these weird space monsters connected to children. The way that, like the old versions of Bloodborne straight up have souls in them, they have characters saying Umbasa. There's the corpses in the Chalice dungeons that look like it's Demon Souls Night. Like, it's even if they were never going to explicitly confirm it, it looks like it was, like, they were thinking of it as being the same world, even if it wasn't going to be called Demon Souls 2. Okay, the Lake of Mud. This is like, I don't want to be like, oh, they did the translation wrong, because I'm not a fucking translator, and I'm not going to tell them they did their job wrong. But when Micolash is saying the Grand Lake of Mud hidden now from sight in English, what he's saying in Japanese is, like, swapped around. It's more like the Grand Lake is hidden from sight by the mud. So the idea is, like, he's thinking in terms of meditation and clarity and, like, his consciousness expanding, and he views that as, like, this lake, like, there's this beautiful lake. And, like, in, like, the same way, like, Willem is looking out at the lake and everything, that, like, enlightenment is this, like, lake, but I can't see through the lake, I can't see through the water of the lake to the other side, because there's all this mud on the top. That's kind of how he's addressing it, but then the lake covered in mud becomes the Lake of Mud in English, and it's a little confusing. But he's talking about enlightenment in terms of it being a lake.
Yeah, which is also, running theme in the runes.
Yeah.
And the runes descriptions, the Great Lake and the
Yeah.
And the bodies of water being tied to the Eldritch truth.
Yeah. Yeah, here we go. This is the thing. There is another version of that line that is translated much more literally here, so where it's not used, where he says, the Great Lake clouded by grime. Like, that's what... Grand Lake of Mud hidden now from sight and Great Lake clouded by grime are just two different translations of the same line, but they have two totally different connotations, and Great Lake clouded by grime is much closer to the Japanese. Yeah, see, here's where I talk about Micolash starting off as like a like it's sort of interactive NPC who goes mad. So he says, please someone, anyone, look into my eyes. I hear prayers, I can't sleep. I sit here quietly in a sleepless sleep. That's how you'd encounter him. And then over time, he would gradually start going madder and madder until he becomes like the shrieking Micolash that we have now. Actually, hang on, fuck. Let's go to draft dialogues. I really liked doing draft dialogues because I had not seen them before. I was like, finally, something new. When was this? 2018. Here we go. This is like one of the more interesting parts of it. So this is a character who says like, hello, how do you do? Father Herbert, so Herbert and Norbert are the same character, they just go back and forth from the names, was in a terrible state, but you saved him, I thank you in his stead. So what he's referring to there is you killing the Cleric Beast, right? So this is a character that you would meet right after you kill the Cleric Beast in this older version of the story. And then he says, my name is Micolash. And then he says, you're a skilled hunter. You're trapped in the nightmare seeking the blood of a sage. Blood of a sage is an old version of pale blood. And then he says, oh, I can tell you one thing. Seek out the old college. Head west from the plaza in front of the Grand Cathedral through the Forest of Snakes. There you will find the ancient abandoned college. So he is the one who tells you to go to Bergenwerth. So, like, in this version of the story, rather than beating Amelia, touching the skull, getting a flashback of Bergenwerth, and then knowing the password and going to Bergenwerth, you beat Cleric Beast, and then Micolash shows up and says, your next stop, please go to Bergenwerth. And then as you read this, he's gradually going crazier, and he's like, someone look into my eyes, I can hear bells and prayers, I can't sleep. And then he starts going, cos, or some say cosm. The cosmos, my eyes are not enough for my brain, starts rambling, kind of like Willem. Like, my eyes are not enough, need more eyes. Let's talk into the night. And then he screams, of my beautiful nightmare, and then he just starts screaming, and there's, like, no actual dialogue, it's just, like, vowel sounds. That is, like, yeah, that's old Micolash. Like, he's a guy, and he actually says at the top here, I was the Healing Church's leader, which seems to be just him lying about who he is to get you to do things for him. But yeah, he knows all about Bergenwerth. He wants you to go and get stuff from Bergenwerth for him. So, like, this is like, he's like a combination of, like, Micolash and Lawrence, almost. Like, they've combined the two characters. How does Brandon figure... Oh, God, Brandon. Brandon is just a name that they used for the crow hunters, because Brandon's just a name that means crow. I don't know if Brandon was ever, like, a proper character or not, but there's a reference to the healing... there's a reference to the Hunter of Hunters as being called Brandon's Blood Crows. It's like one line. Who knows? No, the data mining has not uncovered blood tendency. It might be in an earlier build. Oh yeah, here we go. This is like Unknown Character 8 is like really similar to the brain patients in the in the research hall. He's saying, like, it's rotting, slurp, slop, the sound of my brain rotting. Like, that's really close to the whole, like, drip, drop, the sound of the water. Yeah. And there's, like, hey, there's the one who's like, oh, find my eyes, find my eyes. So there's a lot of stuff here that ends up being recycled to a degree in the DLC later on. Oh yeah, Ashton. This is the fucking weird one. So this is one where it's like... This is what I mean about the characters' names changing. This is Lawrence, I've come to bid you farewell, rather than Master Willem, I've come to bid you farewell. So it's someone leaving the Willem character, who in this version of the story is called Lawrence. And then the character leaving is called Ashton, which is like... Is that supposed to be a diminutive form of Micolash, like Ashton? Like, oh my god. Yes, it was Ashton Kutcher.
You must fear it, Ashton.
Yeah. Like, if you want to know, like, Archibald was an NPC in the game, but, like, he's not Archibald the Spark Hunter. It's just, like I keep saying, there's just names that Miyazaki likes the sound of, so he keeps, like, there's... How many Urias are there in these games now? There's, like, 6 of them. He just likes the name Yuria or Yuri or Yuli. And, like, we talked about, like, Lawrence is in it, but there's also, like, Laurentius and Laura and Loran, because he just likes the sound of it. And, yeah, so Archibald here is a, he's, like, a Chalice dungeon-related NPC. He talks about, like, if you're going to the Tomb of the Gods, bring me the blood gems, and I'll do something with them. I'm not clear what he does, if he's meant to be like a blacksmith or something, but he's something to do with blood gems. And, yeah, the more blood gems you give him, the more he seems to become, like there's, like, reference to him, like, licking his lips and laughing at, like, you giving him more blood gems, like he's sort of tipping over into madness, but I don't know what he did. Anyway. He mentions Bergenwerth.
Mentions the mud.
Yeah.
He mentions the mud too.
How many muds are... Yeah. Mud will no longer obscure your vision. Yeah, that's the same thing Micolash is doing. Yeah. Like, that's... And then there's... Oh god, there's the old Blood Minister dialogue where he talks about, like, the sweet mud will take us all. And there's, like, another removed NPC who talks about, like, I can't see the sky because I'm buried in the sand. And it's like... It's like a metaphor that they use, and then they seem to cut it back to just Micolash. So it just stands on its own and doesn't seem to, like, connect with anything else. He actually...
Bloodborne.
Oh god. He mentions Bergenwerth, actually, Archibald. That's, like, one of the first references to... Yeah, here we go. He talks about, like, give me the blood gems, wonderful intoxicating aroma, and then he says, it's unbearable, I understand why Bergenwerth went mad. Which I think that's actually the earliest reference to Bergenwerth in this script, because the rest of it just calls it the college. So I don't know when they settled on Bergenwerth as a name. Okay, was the Blood Minister meant to do more? Yeah. Like, you might actually notice... hang on, I want to see if... I just want to see if my control is disconnected or not. Oh no, it's not. Okay, good. I know you can't see what I'm doing, hang on. Okay. IBS. Here we go. Let's just watch the intro for a little bit, because you'll notice that long and short of it is that, yeah, the Blood Minister was supposed to do more, and there's actually some, like, footage of him in the intro that sort of makes him look like he's going to matter, and he just doesn't. Let's wait for this thing to play. Come on.
It takes a while.
Yeah. But yeah, he was a complete character. Like, he had dialogue. He would actually, he would be in the clinic kind of where the Scourge Beast is now. I don't know if you had to beat the Scourge Beast and he loaded later or something, but he's there and he talks about Ebrietas, which is confusing because I don't know if he means Ebrietas, or he means cause, or he means what.
Cause, yeah.
Yeah, it's all over the place. Intro doesn't want to play for some reason. Let's just close it. Yeah. Okay, so the Blood Minister becoming a Celestial Emissary is like... It's possible because there's like an empty wheelchair in one of the clinic halls and then a partially transformed body on one of the tables. So, like, yeah, that could possibly have been the Minister. Like, that might have been the Blood Minister, but it might not have been. Like, I have no idea. Okay, we finally got an intro going.
Presumably the Iosefka had patients behind there, so
yeah,
it could be anyone.
Fun waiting for the intro to start again. So yeah, 10 years ago to this day, I beat Vicar Amelia for the first time. This is before they had NPC summons for Amelia, by the way. No old hunter Henriette for me.
There's Henrik?
What?
I don't remember who is the summon.
The summon for Amelia is Henriette, but they added Henriette in Old Hunters, so prior to that you had to solo her. Yeah, you had to solo. The only ones with summons early on were like, you could get Alfred for... You could get Gascoigne and you could get Alfred, and I think that was literally it.
Oh.
And, like, you didn't get the Old Hunter's bell. You actually had to be online and ring the normal online co-op bell. And it would just summon... It was such a mess. And it would summon Alfred or Gascoigne. But only at the very start of the game, and then you got nothing. So there's, like, no summon. There's no summons for Shadow of Yharnam. There's no summons for anything else. It was, like...
Rom, yeah.
Yeah. I have no idea why the intro isn't playing.
Pearl summon.
Here we go.
Damien is his name? Not Damien.
Okay, come on. That's actually an older layout of Yharnam than the one in the current game. because this intro was made like way before anything was finalized. So that's where Ariana is now, where the baby carriage is. Here we go. Yeah, Blood Minister. Like, they make a big point of him like he's gonna do something, and he kinda doesn't. Oh, I wish you could summon young German for Orphan. I think that would have been great. Also would have worked really well thematically as, like, German kind of dealing with his past. In a similar way, like, you can summon Sif for Manus.
Question for chat. Do you guys find the NPC summons useful? Because I've always believed that, like, I always felt for me like they made the fight more unpredictable, and so it makes it difficult for me.
I use them to just draw aggro, to be honest. I don't know how many of them are even that useful. Oh yeah, hey, here we go. This part of the game, this is just not in there anymore. Like, this is just like, what is this? There's like an underground altar with the deformed Loran skull on it. And the Cleric Beast is behind you, and like nothing resembling this ever happens. Anyway. Where are we? Alright. So we've just hit hour 4, so do you want to start wrapping up?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess, like, we'll just finish up by talking about the wiki a little bit, because that's kind of why we do these. So something I'll show you that we didn't show off last year, because it's relatively recent, is this event that Meph has started called the Messenger's Lodge. Mm-hmm. So Meph got a little obsessed with making her own messengers. So she got the messenger, like, graphics and the in-game graphics, and just started making her little, like, extra messengers and giving them different names and things. And she started this, I can do another couple of hours, I don't mind. I'll do it tomorrow, though. So she made these messengers, and she started these things called the Messenger's Lodges. The Messenger's Lodge, where she makes these little, like, challenges for people that are little sort of, like, online games people play. And some of them were written by me and some were written by her, and I don't know who else was involved. But we did things like, she made a little, like, dungeon crawl. It's like, this was a game you could play where you were in a Chalice dungeon and you were, like, moving around the XY coordinates finding things. And then there was some that were, like, I did a bunch of, like, riddles and word games and things for it. She also, she made her own Chalice. Like, she made that in, like, Photoshop or GIMP or something. And it looks incredible. That looks like it could be in the game. Called the Sumo Chalice. Yeah, and, like, all, like, there's, these different messengers would represent different people who go through these little, like, dungeons she made, and I think... Oh, yeah, okay. This was... God. I see, this is the problem. I was, challenged to come up with, like, something that would sort of challenge the people who knew all about Bloodborne, but it's like, how do you even do that without it just being either too easy or completely impossible? So I came up with this thing, and it's like, I'm like, right, they can't possibly, like, get this that easily. And it was, that... Okay, the idea is that these hunters had died, and at the end of... When they died, they woke up again, and they said a sentence. And each part of that sentence was an anagram of a different piece of equipment that they could have. And you had to figure out what they were equipped with when they died. So it was like... A sin rumors each shall still a preacher via a miracle, which was Rosmarina's... Yeah, it was the left hand, right hand, where they died and what killed them. So it was like a sin rumors each shall still a preacher via a miracle, which was Rosmarinus, Research Hall, Writer Palish, Vicar Amelia. And then, like, Pust seabed louses, so a ghoul hit us, we fluid girls are next, which was meant to be like the Snail Women were complaining. And that was like Beast Possessed Soul, Lighthouse Hut, Ludwig's Rifle, Hunter Axe. And like, this took so long to put together. And I was like, I've finally done it. And then they got really stuck on the first one, and then when they realized how to do it, they solved the others in like 5 minutes. And I was like, fuck. I was able to come up with anagrams for boss names. It was like that Simpsons thing with Jeremy's iron. So, like, the Living Failures is an anagram of villain figures. Father Gascoigne is an anagram of gate-crashing foe. Marta Ligarius is an anagram of Mr. Sartorial Guy. Yeah. So yeah, I was just like, that took forever. I'm like, this is as close as you can get to being fucking impossible. Because I had a time limit, and it's like, okay, they're not going to be able to get this in time. And then they got it, like, with an hour to go. And I was like, fuck. Anyway. But yeah, there's these, like, galleries as well, which are like... So... They're all made by different people, so some of them are people who have model viewers, and some of them are people who've taken screenshots during game, and some of them are people who've, like, figured out how to switch off, like, the character AI. So, like, this is Abhorrent Beast, and you'll notice he's just standing there, because the AI has been completely switched off. And then this is, like, Abhorrent Beast in a character viewer. There's a lot of shit on this website.
Bloodborne probably has the most dedicated community that exists.
I mean, it definitely, for something that's only just on 10 years old, because I think about, like, there's wikis that are, like, dedicated to, like, every single piece of code in, like, Ocarina of Time or Mario 64 or something does. But those are, like, quite old games. Those are, like, 20, 25, 30-year-old games, like, or like Final Fantasy VI or something. This is, like, quite recent, relatively speaking. Like, it's only 10 years old, and there's already, like, people have just decompiled, like, all this shit. The other thing is, like, hang on, back before we had the ability, like, we couldn't, this is the thing about Bloodborne, because it was a PS4 game, it was quite hard to actually, like, crack it open and get data from it. Because it, like, that's relatively simple on the Dark Souls games because they had PC ports. Bloodborne didn't have one. So we couldn't get, like, data out of it in the same way. So back before it was properly, like, it was cracked in, like, 2018, 2019, I think. When that was happening, yeah, the way that we got the frame count for every gun is literally, that's me. Like, those GIFs, that is me. With every gun in the game going to Moonside Lake and just, like, firing them and recording it and then playing it back and counting the number of frames to finally settle, like, which gun fires the fastest. So that's how we did it before the game was cracked, was this. Because there was this thing that, like, Evelyn fired faster than other pistols, and no, they all fire at the same speed. They just have different looking animations, but they all fire at the same speed.
That's dedication indeed.
Thank you. You can see, like, the church cannon and the regular cannon, like, they fire at the same time, but the church cannon has a quicker recovery. Stuff like that. There's a quite nice gift. I don't know if Meth is the one who made this, but was the gif of a call beyond from the top where it makes this, like, star image. Maybe it's not here. Oh no, here we go. Here we go. This is what a call beyond looks like from the top. It actually makes a little star. Like a little sort of pentagram shape in the sky. What else? Forget who made these. Are very nice. I forget who made these. Here we've got, like, if you want to see what does a call beyond actually look like, it looks like that. That's the little slug that you're holding when you do a call beyond. Beautiful. I guess before we go, I might just show off some of the little icons. Are these... I want the data mined ones. Maybe I'll set it for another day. It's like a page of data mined icons. I don't know. I don't think it's actually possible to go through all this in one sitting. Here we go. This is like some unused Bloodborne icons. Some of these look like they're from Dark Souls. Like, there's just, like, weapon upgrade materials. There's some really weird looking, like, alternate Chalice materials, but I've actually forgotten where they are. But here we go. Yeah. Like, this stuff, like, there's a bullet refill there that looks like it's not to do with the pressing up to get blood bullets. It's like an actual just item that would refill them that wasn't Quicksilver. That would have been Maria's badge back when it was two separate DLCs. Instead of getting the Ruckio from the well, you'd get it from a badge that Maria dropped. And, like, the doll repair kit, no one knows. That's for that item was located in Cainhurst. We don't know what it actually did. Some seaweed. That's an old Annalise blood thing. This is blood gems that are actually petrified, and it looks like what you'd have to do is get the gem, bring it to Archibald, and Archibald would crack it open, and you'd get the gem from inside it. There's, like, alternate Carol rune things that are much more like, you know, mysterious rune carved on a mysterious rune that's, like, it's been drawn on a piece of paper by a mad person. You know, Annalise's set, Garden of Ice head, Dura's helmet. Dura, by the way, like, Dura's... The reason that you get Dura's helmet differently to the rest of Dura's set is they're actually two different sets, and that's the helmet that Dura's set, that we now know as the Ash set, should have had. But they got the wolf cap's actually from the Charred Hunter set, and they give it to Dura, and they delete that one, like, it's all over the place. That's kind of what Chalice dungeons look like. Come on, load. Load, you fool. Maybe it doesn't want to load. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so like Chalice dungeons sort of look a bit like this. These sort of like, yeah, just stacked room upon room upon room. There we go. This is, yeah. A lot of removed stuff. The floating Demon Souls Knight in Hemwick for some reason. That's another old checkpoint design. You'd find these like corpses with a skull in their lap, and that would activate. There we go. That's where the warp headstones used to be in the Hunter's Dream. God, there's so much. And I don't know if this even has that much cut stuff compared to most other games of this complexity. It's just like, because so many people are interested in it, they all become like much more important. Anyway. Altair, I think we should both go.
Yeah. It's
yeah.
It's past my bedtime.
Yeah, it's like 3:30 p.m. here, so I should go as well.
All right. Well.
Okay.
I know that you're all regulars here, but I hope that this stream gave you a feel of, how detailed and what a labor of love the wiki is, and what a labor of love the discovery of Bloodborne always has been for so many people. And so if you want to support the wiki and keep it online, please consider making a donation. And it was a pleasure to host a stream for Return to Yharnam again, and we should be doing it again tomorrow.
Yeah.
We have determine the time.
Yeah.
But it's probably just gonna be a couple hours after.
Yeah, I might start
couple...
yeah. Because I want to get a different time of day to try to get as many people as possible. So we might start like a little bit before you have to go, and then I'll just do the rest solo.
Yes, and we have written a little questionnaire for Bloodborne fans to fill in with their stories, and we are hoping to read out some of them tomorrow.
Yeah. So that questionnaire is on the Sinclair Law Discord, so if you want to go there, it's I think it's the last post I made, so if you just do like search by my name, it should be there. Yeah.
Alright, well, thank you everyone for being there and for supporting the cause. Happy 10th anniversary, and we will see you again tomorrow.
Okay. Bye.
Alright.